Let me know if you can see and hear me okay. This is going to be a group energy healing where I heal 138 people in 12 different countries. And the theme that we'll be working today is emotions and sexuality. Although what we're doing, as usual, can have a lot of other benefits as well. So because we'll be healing various meridians and all your chakras and your auras, so there'll be a lot of good so thank you for my confirmation. Let me know if you can see and hear me okay, guys. Let's see. Let's start talking about what we're doing today. Hello, hello. Thank you. You want to say where you're viewing from, what the weather's like where you are? That would be fine. Say hi if you want. Oops. Oh, first, actually, what I'll say is, so I uploaded 2 new short excerpt videos today already. I've been busy. So I hope you like them. The first one is a 5-minute video excerpt of the proactive clearing for next 6 months. Because I realized that we've done that in various live streams over the years, but there's no really short video on it. So now there's a 5-minute one where we do 2 rounds of clearing for proactive clearing for the next 6 months. Plus, at the end, we do some affirmations. It's an excerpt from, the healing 3 days ago. And then the second excerpt video that I just put up within the last hour is 13 minutes long, and it's an excerpt also from 3 days ago, and it's where we healed I'm blanking. We heal. I've done so much. Oh yeah, the stomach and the spleen meridians. So I hope you like it. But yeah, so we heal in that one. We heal the spleen meridian directly a lot, and then we heal, especially points 6 through 13, and then we heal the spleen, and we make a river that represents first the spleen, the stomach river, and then as it flows into the spleen river, and then the spleen river, and we unblock and heal and repair the meridians that way by visualizing it as a river. So I think it's an interesting mix of, literal, like watching the diagram and seeing the points and repairing it that way, and then also just doing it as a river. And plus, because those are yin yang paired meridians, like they work together a lot to do what they're doing, but one is yang and one is yin. So I think if you work the whole meridian, both meridians in their entirety, it's a nice feeling, I think, and it's probably it's good. So I hope you like it. And I will possibly make an excerpt video out of some of what we're doing today. ... So let's see today. Oh, and if you do watch those new short videos, if you could, give them a thumbs up and make some comment at the bottom or something. I mean, unless you don't want to, but if you do, it would help the video to be liked more by YouTube algorithm computers. And therefore more people might see it, which is cool. Plus, I would be interested in what you thought about the video genuinely. It's not like I just, don't care about the actual comment. I do care about what you might think about having it as an excerpt video. Okay, so today, this is the final group healing of the month of August, right? We did a set of 3, the triplet set already, and then this is a set of 2. This is the final healing in the set of 2, the twin set. And it's been on emotions and sexuality this whole month. But, of course, a lot of other stuff at the same time. And so what I want to do today is more meridian work, traditional Chinese medicine meridians, but that'll be only half of it. I want to do also like clearing blocks, heal mini yous, including walled off mini parts of you, and flower healing for each of the 2-part themes. So for sexuality, and then again for emotions. And the way I want to do the clear blocks and the heal mini yous and all that, and the flower healing, I want to look at, like, if you, for example, if you take sexuality, your self-perception versus your communication with others about sexuality. So, like, how do you perceive yourself and your own sexuality? Like, in other words, is it something, you feel sad about or ashamed about or scared about or, stressed out about, or you just don't feel anything, or do you feel regret, or, what is going on in your brain and your heart, about your own sexuality, like your perception of yourself. And, do you consider yourself, sexy, and attractive? And a lot of that, it's like, baggage. If you clear baggage, heal mini yous, that can shift, in a positive, pleasing way for you, how you perceive yourself. And that, of course, then affects how you communicate with others. So, like, do you hide under lots of clothes? Do you show your physical form with your clothing? Not that one way is bad or good, but sometimes if it's associated with shame and, and emotional burdens, then obviously that's not healthy, but, so there's, interesting stuff with that we can definitely heal. And, like, say if you have a partner, right? A sexual romantic partner, there's a lot of subconscious communication between you and other people. Not just your partner, of course, but say in that context of within sexuality, there can be a lot of subconscious communications related to sexuality that you're giving off, that you don't know you're giving off, that may not be in line with your conscious intentions. So if we heal these mini yous and clear the baggage, then, and do flower healing to nourish you, it could positively change your interaction with your partner or with, potential partner. And then the perception too, like, so there's outbound communication, right? In a sexual context. Also, emotions will work as well, but that's a different example. I don't want to make it too muddled. So then there's inbound communications, meaning like people communicating with you on a sexual level. How do you perceive that? How do you receive that? So receiving it, you can receive cleanly and just like sort of understand what people are saying, so maybe that's more of a perception. But, maybe you don't perceive cleanly. Maybe, if someone puts something in your space regarding sexuality, it ends up blocking you up, like in a lasting way, maybe because you have too much shame or too much fear or too much, whatever, judgment. So it should be good to clear up. Because obviously the end goal is that you have your free will, right? So that you can be as sexual or non-sexual as you choose to be at any given moment. not only in this time in your life, but at, you know, right this moment versus a couple hours from now versus tonight versus tomorrow morning versus, you know, next week at work. You know, you can if we clear out the junk and nourish you and heal these parts of you that you don't know about consciously, I think it should be really cool. So, and you know, the same applies for emotions, you know, all that stuff. And an interesting example with emotions, so I already did example. I just did an example with sexuality that was kind of long and drawn out, of course, but I did one. So now I just have one little example with emotions as far as the, you know, how you perceive yourself and then also your communication with others, both like what you're sending out consciously and subconsciously as a communication on an emotional level, but also how you receive, how you perceive other people's communications that are emotional. So an example is, you know, say you do have a partner, you know, and of course you might not, in which case this applies to friends and coworkers and, you know, relatives and all that stuff. But for this specific example, I'll give, you know, two people in a partnership, right? So one person says, oh, my partner, when they're stressed out, they take it out on me, right? And that's the conscious level perception, right? And that is true, but it's like sort of half true. There's more going on. And that's very common, that there's much more going on than what we're perceiving consciously, which is why it's nice to sort of practice reading yourself and others, you know, from a meditative state. So, you know, and ask your angels for help with boundaries. So you're, you know, you're not like crawling in somebody's brain or anything. You know, you want to stay on your side of the aura. But the other half of that is that it could be that you have parts of you that are not okay with that are more needy than you're aware of. And so if your partner, say, is fixated on work and maybe frustrated by work, it could be that you have parts of you that are like screaming at him because you're like, screw you, we're on vacation, you're ignoring me, you suck, pay attention to me right now. You know, and those parts of you are really saying that to that partner and you don't know it, right? But you do see the person's reaction when they're like, rah, leave me alone. And you're like, my gosh, that's out of nowhere. Is it really? That's the thing, you know, and you know, I don't want to blame the victim, you know, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of this stuff is so complex, you know, there's so much you're giving off without knowing you're giving off it. And likewise with that other person, the person that, you know, verbally blew up at their partner, that's probably a walled off part of them that they are not that aware of, right? So then they're thinking, you know, I just asked her to give me some time and, you know, let me do my work. He doesn't know that he breathed fire. So it's interesting. And I think that's stuff that we can work with this, you know, with clearing blocks, heal mini use, you know, so clearing energy blocks as like blanket exercise, and then heal many parts of you that need healing regarding emotions, including outbound and inbound communications, and you know, perceiving communications, and you know, flower healing. So I hope that makes sense. Should be fun. Should be fun to work. Also, as far as that receiving communications about you know, or perceiving communications on an emotional level, that's interesting too, because there's a way in which you can personalize something or not personalize. There's a way to sort of wisely personalize it or not personalize it, where it's like, you know, if somebody is testy with you, you could really take that personally and snowball it, or you could realize like they're having a moment. I'm going to give them time and let me do this, this, and this, you know, and it's like it does not screw your whole day. You know, that's a big thing, you know, like, because people, you know, can get testy and angry and whatever, and that's definitely not ideal, but it's for sure within the realm of what people usually experience, say in a workplace or in a partnership or with family members or friends sometimes. And so how you receive that, you know, can we clear baggage and heal mini yous so that you are not harmed by that experience, that you're just, you know, you still have your peacefulness, you don't feel crushed, you know, like the whacks don't really come in if there was a whack. You know, you can clear enough baggage so that there's less and less internal impact when that occurs. So that's part of the whole receiving and perceiving communications, how you receive it. You know, you can't control whether or not someone whacks you. You can't control their mood, but you can control how you receive their communication. You know, whether it's a whack or it's just some yelling, but there's no whacking and it's technically clean. It's just they're blowing up. How do you receive that? You know, and there's a lot that you could do around that, you know, personal growth wise, so that it's not harmful to you. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Hope that makes sense. So, in a nutshell, this is me trying to summarize what I just said in like a minute or two. So, in a nutshell, we'll do some meridian work and we'll do some work on we'll do some meridian work that will help emotions and sexuality, but also many other things. And we'll do CV and GV work, and then urinary bladder and kidney meridian work. So we'll work on those meridian pairs. And then we will do explicitly sexuality work and explicitly emotions work with clearing energy blocks, healing mini yous, and flower healing. That's the nutshell. Okay, so I did want to give some geeky details for those that care about specifics and want to do maybe more detailed work on their own beyond what we're going to do today. Or just, you know, like hearing geeky stuff. So we're going to, like I said, we're doing GV CV work. So GV meridian and CV meridian. And those two help each other. They balance each other. GV manages all the yang meridians and CV meridian manages all the yin meridians, and they're paired with each other. So if they're kept in balance with each other, it's very helpful. And then we'll do that same thing with urinary bladder meridian, which most of the points are going down the back of you, but it starts in the eye and goes down. And then the kidney meridian starts in the foot and goes up. So we'll do those whole meridians, and we won't, I mean, I'll mention specific points, but the angels want me to do the whole meridian, and do them in pairs like that. And they just, from what I can hear from the angels, they say it's just a very gentle, supportive approach that way. So, because someone had asked, like in the healing 3 days ago, when we were working stomach meridian and spleen meridian, well, which parts of that help sexuality? Which points or something? And there are certain points that are supposedly more helpful for sexuality or for all sorts of different things. But the angels don't want me to overemphasize, oh, this one point is it, or these several collection of points is it. And they definitely don't want me in the group healing to just do those points. They'd prefer the whole meridian, get the whole flow going. And it looks like that's because, all these points, like say it's a river, right? One meridian is one river, right? And yes, those meridians interconnect, and then one flows into the next and flows into the next as well. But it's like if you fix up, say repair and unblock just a couple points on one meridian, then you're gonna have a lot more energy on those points, and it's gonna sort of highlight the parts you didn't fix. It's going to be like, there's going to be all this energy, and all of a sudden it's going to ram into the next clog, right? So if you within reason, healthy and gentle, get rid of all the clogs on that meridian, it's a more gentle approach than only highlighting just a couple points on a couple. And with energy healing, I mean, yeah, your acupuncturist isn't going to need all the points on all your, on these meridians, but as an energy healer, you could, heal all of them nicely. So there's that. But then there are some points, for the geeky people that want to take notes, there are some points that, and I'll type them out, I guess. Yeah, I'll type them out. So some points that have been mentioned, and I'm not an acupuncturist. And even if I were, like, okay, first of all, for example, the study to be an acupuncturist in the US, the school that I took like one class in years and years ago in Chicago, to study to be an acupuncturist and get state certified, it's a 4-year program that is insanely intensive. Like you could become a lawyer like 3 times over with the difficulty that it is to become an acupuncturist. Like it's 4 years of really intensive studying and memorization, and it's a crazy amount of knowledge that you need to be a state certified acupuncturist, and certified in acupuncture and certified in Chinese herbs. So just so you know, and I do not have that. So I listen to angels, do what I can, but mostly I've been receiving acupuncture over the years. I'm not, not an authority. Okay. So take this all with a grain of salt, and, you want acupuncture, or do your acupuncturist. But, energy healing on them does work. It is really cool. So that's what I do. But anyway, so the points that I have seen, and I haven't done an exhaustive search, but there are points that I've seen that are mentioned, as far as sexuality. So I'm going to type them out. And then you could take notes if you want, and just kind of, once you do work on the whole meridian, you could, backtrack and just look at those specific points if you want to be a super geek. So I think for GV, I saw one place mentioned GV1 and GV4. So today we're going to do GV1 through 4, just, because like I don't want to, we'll do the whole GV meridian, but then we'll especially emphasize GV1 through 4 just to get the flow going, not just in those 2 points, but the whole run of it. So GV1 and GV4 I have seen mentioned. Also GV20. GV20 we do a lot. It's at the top of the head. It calms the mind, and does a lot of cool stuff. So that's good for sexuality, because you don't want your mind to be busy and distracting you from experience. So GV 20. And then so then CV meridian points I've seen emphasized for sexuality would be CV 3, 4, and 6. Okay, so I hope this isn't too confusing. CV 3, 4, 6, right? And then ooh, we have a boo-boo sighting. Right there. She doesn't want me to see her. So paranoid, my God. Anyway, whatever. So, okay, so CV 3, 4, and 6. So we're going to do the whole CV meridian, but we will do extra 1 through 6. Because again, I don't want to just, emphasize just one point out of nowhere. And then how we did 3 days ago, we did spleen and stomach meridians, right? And there's now a 13-minute video on it. Yay! That just got released today. So I had said on the live stream when someone was like, well, does this help sexuality or emotions or both or whatever? And I could find on the fly that it helped emotions, but it turns out there are at least 2 points that are, you can find. I found multiple sources mentioning as far as sexuality. So stomach 36, which is the point beneath the kneecap. And then our friend spleen 6, which also helps lessen edema, which is swelling, buildup of fluids, like in your ankles. So we had mentioned that 3 days ago, spleen 6, and we did spleen 6 through 13, extra. So anyway, those points, and then on the urinary bladder meridian, there are some points there that help sexuality. Urinary bladder 32, and I should do them in order. So 23 and 32. So if you're dyslexic, I'm sorry about that. Because both help. So urinary bladder 23 and urinary bladder meridian 32. Urinary bladder meridian 32 is one of the butt points, that I talk about. In your very lower back, upper butt. So those are mentioned as helping sexuality, and kidney KI 3, kidney 3, which is, near your pubic bone, way below the belly button, like below the second chakra. Kidney 3. And so we're going to work the whole kidney meridian, but especially probably a lot of the lower points, not just kidney 3. We'll definitely do, wait, kidney 3? Oh no, kidney 3 would be much lower. Because kidney meridian starts, I'm thinking of CB 3. Kidney meridian starts in the sole of the foot. So kidney 3 would be in the foot. So, but we'll see that when we're working the kidney meridian. But again, I'm not going to just do kidney 3. We'll do the whole kidney meridian, but maybe a little extra around the foot. And then the other point that I've seen relating to sexuality, which we probably won't do today, just because of time, and also because the angels don't want me to just emphasize a point without working the whole meridian, and we definitely don't have time for that, is liver 3. So liver 3 is in the top of the foot. Okay, so those are the geeky points that I have seen, but there could be a list that's much better. And the way acupuncture is, it's so custom to you. So like you may have a sexual issue with this, but not with this. you know, or you may have blah, 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 and you also have this issue, and you have blood deficiency, and this deficiency, and this, you know, too much energy. So if you go to an acupuncturist, they're going to do a custom thing for you. They're not going to, it's not like a one size fits all, like work all these points. But as an energy healer, you can look at all these points and see like, oh yeah, that's especially blocked, you know. But also what I would say, like the angels are telling me, work the whole meridian, work that whole area, because, you know, you might find that it actually blocks up earlier than that. And so you're going to do yourself a favor by, you know, thinking of it as one nice healthy river and seeing, is it a nice healthy river? And, you know, maybe it's blocked from the very beginning, that first point, you know, you unblock that, and then maybe it's unblocked, it needs to be unblocked there. And, you know, so having a more holistic approach rather than just isolating points, I think is useful. Although, you know, if you want to geek, go ahead and geek, you know. Geek responsibly, you know. Given all those millions of caveats I've just said, and the wisdom of looking at the whole meridian and the flow, and, you know, and not just thinking about the only one point. But, you know, you could check in with these points. It could be interesting and cool. All right. Hope that makes sense. And healthy and gentle. Always have that intention, healthy and gentle, right? Want to unblock to the extent that's healthy and gentle. And if you yourself are an acupuncturist, a professional acupuncturist, and you've gone through that level of exhaustive training, and you have something to add in the comment section later about, you know, a certain meridian or whatever, and sexuality or emotions, feel free to jump in and state your qualifications though first. And see if you're as unqualified as I am, or if you really did go through all that training and you're certified and a working professional. Okay, cool. But yeah. So that's it for extra geeky knowledge. But I will say the geeky nutshell. The geeky nutshell is there are specific points that, you know, if you Google do help sexuality, but what we're going to do is cover most of those points today, actually, but do the meridian as a whole, and not just that one point, so that it's more supportive and less likely to give you any kind of problems. Just working the whole meridian itself like a nice healthy river, and, you know, maybe it's blocked in a couple places, and, you know, to do healthy and gentle. So healthy and gentle and the whole meridian. And we'll probably we'll cover that whole list of points that I mentioned, except for that liver point on the top of the foot. We'll probably miss that one today just because we don't have time to do the whole liver meridian and the matching paired one with it, that paired meridian. Okay, so that's the geeky nutshell. But you don't have to do the geeky extras. It's just for people. Some people like that stuff. Okay. So now, just gonna take a look at the chat comments, see where people are watching from, how everybody's doing. Thanks for your patience with my extra flexible start time today. All right. And again, I did upload 2 videos today already, short excerpt videos, one of which I made today, and one of which I made last night. So if you want to check those out, you can. They're from the healing 3 days ago. Okay. Someone says, hey, Janet, can see and hear you from foggy San Francisco. Well, okay, the first comment, we can see and hear you. Smiley face, thank you. Second comment, hey, Janet, can see and hear you from foggy San Francisco, 63 degrees Fahrenheit. That's kind of cool. Interesting. Not very hot. Someone says, love your radiant smile and energy this morning. You're very kind. Thank you. Someone says, hey, Janet, I can hear and see you from cloudy Las Vegas, 101 degrees Fahrenheit with a chance of rain. And you're hoping for rain. We did get rain like a week or a week and a half, probably a week and a half ago by now. A lot of rain, which is so weird for us. We never get summer rain, but it's much less risky as far as forest fires, so a good thing overall. Even though my kale is still freaking out about that. Anyway, you're welcome. It's funny too. I'm such a gardener because like you did all these emojis and one of them is a green worm, and when I see a green worm like that, I think of cabbage worms that eat kale. So they're not good in the garden. I mean, they're bird food, I guess, so that's nice. But cabbage moths, their eggs hatch into cabbage worms, and those cabbage worms can do a lot of crop damage to kale, but slugs are even more that way. Someone says, hello, Janet, can see and hear you. Hello to you. Someone says, hello, Janet and everyone. 101 degrees and partly cloudy in Las Vegas, Nevada. Hot, hot, hot. So for those of you not in a backwards country still using Fahrenheit, 101 degrees is maybe like 39 degrees Celsius, something like that. 38, 39 degrees Celsius. Someone says, thank you for the healing, Janet. You are welcome. I think I know. I'm not sure who you are in real life because of that YouTube ID, but you could email me to remind me if you want. Someone gives me lots of emojis. Hello to you. Someone says, hi, Janet, can see and hear you in Oak Brook, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago in the Midwest. 70 degrees Fahrenheit and sunny. That's nice and mild. Someone says, I saw one of your videos, Janet. Oh, that I uploaded today. Very cool video. We'll go back and watch. Good. I'm glad you saw it. Yeah, and if you guys want to comment and give it a thumbs up and all that stuff, it helps. Oh, speaking of which, if you want to give this a thumbs up, please do. Yeah, if you want to give this a thumbs up, it does help YouTube to show the live stream to more people. Good. Yeah. So, okay, so we're gonna do the 3 minutes of quiet, but I'm gonna talk first before we do that. Towards the end, well, during the 3 minutes of quiet, I will finish my prep and say hi to the people that I'm healing. So to explain, for those that don't know, who is she healing during this live stream? I'm healing people that purchased it as a set of healings on my website in advance. So right now, the next month and the month after that, those sets of healings are on sale on my website. It's jwhealing.com. And I work with anybody who wants me to work with them. And, so if I haven't worked with you before, that's fine. Because you put your first and last name as you're purchasing, and you can email me afterwards and say hi. That'd be fun. And I can also heal like loved ones. A lot of times people will say, oh yes, I'd like you to heal my son or whoever. Just put who they are and their first and last name, and all. Especially if they're a kid, put their age. Anyway, so that's that. So I'm not healing anyone that watches the live stream. I'm healing anyone that purchased in advance this set of healings. However, lots of people watch live that didn't happen to buy this particular set of healings just to heal themselves, because I'll say what I'm doing as I do it, and so you can listen and use it as an all levels self-healing walkthrough if you want. But the people I'm healing, some of them watch live because it feels cool and they can heal themselves at the same time, and maybe it's easier when I'm healing them to heal themselves. But other people just listen and do their work or drive cars or whatever they need to do, or they just listen later on video, or which is all fine. Okay, so now finally quiet. Towards the end of the quiet, you'll see me moving my hands, and that's how you know I've started the healing. And then soon after that, I will talk and say what I'm doing as I do it. Okay, one sec. I just want to put my hair up. It's really hot. Okay, thanks for waiting. So, you have hand chakras, one in the palm of each hand, and you have fingertip chakras, one in each fingertip. They are chakras, just like all your chakras. They generate energy. They spin and generate energy all the time. You can set these particular chakras, hand chakras and fingertip chakras, to a metallic gold color, like this glitter, and just do that with your intention or your thought. You don't have to be able to see energy to be able to do that or any of this. Okay. And so then as you're setting those to gold, what that means is then as they spin and generate energy, that energy is a metallic gold vibration, which is a really ideal vibration for repairing, unblocking, letting go. So now we can use them a little bit, right? So let's heal. So let's unblock hands even more. Just use the gold light from one hand to unblock the other. or you can do it as a composite copy. You can do it as a copy. So one hand at a time, a copy of one hand at a time. Sometimes you might notice something extra when you're doing a copy versus direct. Even if you can easily do direct healing like this, like if you're healing your butt points back here of the urinary bladder meridian, direct healing, kind of weird, probably back there. But if you do a copy, that's pretty cool, right? But hands, it's easier to do direct, but you can do a copy. And that way maybe you're not so distracted by how things look physically, and you just work on perceiving the energy flow and seeing what's there. And again, if you can't see energy, you just use your imagination, use your mind, use your thought. Still works. So we're unblocking the hands, fingers, the wrists. So energy, these hands generate energy, right? All chakras generate energy, but also, you have a big energy flow, hopefully, down your neck, shoulders, and arms and out your hands. So that gives more oomph to the whole thing. So have a copy out in front of you of your neck, shoulders, arms, and hands, and really get that going. Because you could have blocks, and you can spin your copy around so that you can check out the back or check out the front, of the whole thing. And whenever we're healing a part of the body, the auras around it are equally as important. Because auras are a big part of their role is to protect. And so say you start coughing, chances are some of your 17 auras directly in front of your throat have quite a lot of damage for external energy to get that deep to get you to start coughing. Unless it's not an energy attack situation and it's just internal, like say you've been eating the wrong foods for a while and you have too much cold or too much heat stuck in your throat, traditional Chinese medicine wise. But, a lot of times it's an energy, it's maybe also an energy attack. And so you want to check your auras out in front of your throat, and you could have maybe even just 2 of them that are, ripped all the way through so that energy can get through there and make you cough and cough and cough. Happened to me last night for like a couple minutes until I fixed it up. So anyway, so neck, shoulders, arms, including elbows. Elbows are like my favorite issue to work lately. One of my favorite issues. Because it's like, if you have an elbow problem, it's a really big deal. But otherwise, you just might not think about your elbows ever, But it's good to take good care of all these major joints. And the high level version of it is you just want the flow to be able to keep flowing downward down your, of course you have meridians that flow up this way. But as far as the big energy channel carrying energy down your neck, shoulders, and arms, that's, you can just check that out. If that's blocked, and just gold light, pop out any hard objects, let them explode. Any hard objects that are stuck in any of these areas, pop them out, let them explode. And you can say, angels, if there are any invasive beings messing with these areas, can you please recycle them? Right now I'm doing the upper back area. You can do sticky gold wax too. That's nice. And that's like sort of like newbie friendly, because maybe you can't see if there are hard objects, you can't see if there are blocks. You're like, I don't know, Janet. You don't really want to like wing it and use your intention. So just sticky gold wax the whole thing. Sticky gold wax is gold light from your hands, but with your intention, it'll stick to everything that's not you. So then you can remove the wax plus all that junk at once, like as a big lump, right? So sticky gold wax your neck, shoulders, arms, and hands. Right? Sticky gold wax the whole thing and around that area too. right? Upper chest, upper back. Go wax all that. And then just move out the wax with the junk. And give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. Move out the wax and the junk. Angels, here. Do some gentle stretching if you want. Gentle, gentle. All right, good enough for now. All right, so grounding is good and important. So you can redo your grounding. You have 2 groundings. Redo them both if you want. Big and wide all the way down to the core of the earth, as wide as all your auras. About as wide as if you put your hands out like that, you know, but all the way. Or as wide as your wrists, say, if you were to push your hands out, push your arms out. So just make your grounding that wide all the way down and bring up your grounding high as your sternum bone. As high as your 3rd chakra, which is just below your sternum bone. But, you know, not surgery. Wing it. So bring up your grounding that high. And then you can make a copy out in front of you of your groundings. Make them both red or orange or yellow. All right, good job. So today I'm going to try to do a bunch of the 5 essentials in the same chapter. See what that's like for variety. So we already did grounding. That's the first of the 5 essentials, right? And so other 5 essentials include creative rings, which are above your head, aura repair, and chakra repair. Yeah. So I'll do those 3 essentials in the same chapter just for kicks. Okay. So again, creative rings are up here. They're a part of you as a spirit. Aura repair, you have 17 auras. They're all around you. And chakra repair, we're going to do major chakras along your spine as well as all your chakras. So all the cool acupuncture points, those are chakras. You have chakras around all your joints, you know, whatever. Ton of chakras. But we'll repair them all at once, so it's easy. Okay. So I'm going to just go back and forth. And so right now I'm doing creative rings. So make a copy out in front of you of your 3 gold creative rings. Just comb through them, melt cords going into them. You could say angels. If there are any invasive beings in any of these areas, can you recycle them, please? So flaps, your creative rings and your chakras have flaps. And you don't want the flaps to be open. This is what the flaps look like when they are open. It's like an irritated state that flaps pop open. And this happens if there are too many cords going in. Really any cords will pop the flaps open a little. Then the more cords, the more invasive energy coming in, it irritates it. So flaps pop open. You don't want that. So just melt those cords, melt away blocks. Again, say angels, you know, if there are any invasive beings, can you recycle them? Aura repair. So we want to repair all the rips at the same time, just for kicks. So create a copy of all your rips in all your auras. So make an image of a rip and you say with your intention, okay, this represents all the rips that I have in all my auras. And as you repair this rip, you're repairing all the rips, right? So use sticky gold wax. So that's gold light from your hands that sticks to everything that's not you to clean out the rip first, right? So sticky gold wax, lift out all the junk at once. Angels, here you go. Sticky gold wax, lift out all that junk. So what is the junk? Angels, here you go. So the junk is like hard objects that people have thrown, or invasive people or invasive beings. So then you get the gold light as deep as you can into that composite copy rip so that it's. And again, say, angels, if there are any invasive beings in the way of this repair, can you recycle them? Yeah, maybe you have some hard objects left over. Angels, here you go. Angels, here you go. Right, so we'll do that one more time just in case there are any leftover rips that you maybe have missed. So composite copy, just have this rip that you just created, the image of a rip that you just created represent all the rips that are left over. And then sticky gold wax, clean it out. Angels, here you go. Sticky gold wax, remove all the junk as a big lump. Angels, here you go. Angels, if there are any invasive beings in the way of this repair, can you recycle them? Just keep using gold light so the rips grow back. Okay. You could have some leftover hardness in your auras, either deep within your auras or at the surface. And that hardness makes your aura weaker. Next time someone throws energy at you, it could make the aura tear more easily and more deeply. So we don't want the hardness, right? So just put all the leftover aura hardness out in front of you and melt it away with cold light. So put copies of all the aura hardness that you have out in front of you, and you could say, angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this, can you recycle them? And just keep melting. All right, good job. You can redo your gold buffer zones. Gold mesh spheres are, okay, so the 15 Wei Chi auras, there's the physical body aura, astral body aura, and then there's 15 that are called Wei Chi auras. Angels told me about them. Wei Chi energy is strong boundaries energy. And so you have 15 auras that are gold flowy force fields, but they can get all ripped up, and that's not good. But we just repaired them, so that's nice. But the gold light of these Wei Chi auras is generated by the gold mesh spheres. 1, 2, 3. There's 3 per Wei Chi aura. So you just imagine all your Wei Chi auras and all those gold mesh spheres, and just use so much gold light that if there are any rips in the gold mesh spheres, you know, the gold mesh that is generating the gold light, you repair those gaps so that now you have a whole continuous gold mesh sphere. So it does a better job of generating gold light and sending it towards whatever meridian it's supposed to protect and nourish. And you can say, well, Janet, I don't know. I can't see all the, are you kidding me? Like see 45 gold mesh spheres at the same time. Are you crazy? You know, so you can just say, okay, well, fine. So in front of me, I have a copy of the worst area of my gold mesh spheres. Like maybe behind one shoulder is super ripped up. The gold mesh spheres are you know, ripped. And so they're not generating a lot of gold light. So then you get too much shoulder tension there, right? So just imagine the worst gold mesh sphere area and just use gold light there. Yeah, just use so much gold light that the gold mesh spheres go back. All right. So chakra repair. I do not have my little cute chakra. So this is the basic chakra shape. It's an open cylinder. So like this, right? Opening, opening, right? Open cylinder. And so you can make a copy out in front of you and of that shape and just say, okay, well, this represents all my chakras. And as you're repairing your composite copy chakra, you're repairing all your chakras, all major and minor chakras of your body and spirit, right? So have your copy, use lots of gold light. Around the round openings, there are flaps. So you want the flaps to relax and fall shut, not be stuck open, like, right? So just use Use so much gold light, melt the cords, melt the blocks. You say, angels, if there are any invasive beings messing with my chakras, can you recycle them? And again, you're healing all major and minor chakras. All your chakras. And keep doing deep breaths because, I mean, you know, this is a pretty big thing you're doing. I mean, good big, but still big. You can lift out the blocks too, in addition to just melting them in place. You can lift out the blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of right now and melt them away with cold light. Lift out the blocks, melt them away with cold. Lift out the blocks, melt them away with cold. And melt away enough cords that the flaps fall shut. Why do you care about flaps? It's just, if the flaps are open, it allows people to cord you much more easily. And so things get pretty overwhelming. You want the flaps to be shut. So then your energy still flows through the chakra, but it's harder for people to cord. Now we have our theme of emotions and sexuality. So you can work that into your chakra unblocking. Just lift out any blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of that are in the way of your sexuality. Lift out those blocks. Melt them away. Lift out those blocks. Melt them away. Lift out your sexuality blocks. Melt them away with cold light. Lift out a healthy and gentle amount of your sexuality blocks from all your chakras and melt them away with cold light. Lift out sexuality blocks, melt them away with cold light. So you can do the same thing with emotions. You have your composite copy chakra and lift out emotional blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of. Lift them out, melt them away with cold light. Lift out the blocks, melt them away with cold light. Lift out your emotional blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of, blow them up or melt them. So like, you know, if you cry a lot, think about what you're eating and make sure you're not crashing your blood sugar. And maybe you have blood sugar metabolism issues, but if you're already paying attention to that and you still feel like, well, yeah, I cry about this one relationship or whatever, lift out the blocks that are triggered, that get triggered, that make you cry. You know, it's just blocked energy. So you don't have to keep that misery, you know, you can just clear the blocks to the extent that's healthy and gentle to do right now. So you have your composite copy chakra, lift out your emotional blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of. Melt them away. Lift out the blocks, melt them away. Maybe you have emotional blocks around, they keep you from sleeping well, right? So any emotional blocks that affect your sleep, lift those out and melt them away. Cold light. Lift out any emotional blocks that you're ready to get rid of. Lift them out. All right, good enough. We'll do more, of course, later. Okay, so we're going to do GV meridian later together with CV meridian. So that'll be cool. Sometimes we do it in this section, but we won't do that today. So back of head stuff, good karma windows are back here. There's one in each aura layer of your astral body aura, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're triple frame windows. They let in good stuff and hopefully keep out bad stuff if they're in good working order. If they're damaged, it's possible for invasive beings and or invasive people to work their way through this area. And therefore maybe contribute to muscle tension or just stress, making you less present, less focused, stuff like that. So, but the good news is if they're working well, then it really helps you to just have much, 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 much stronger boundaries. So let's work this area, okay? So you can just imagine, you know, a profile of yourself and all those windows. Each of them is a triple frame window like this. If you were to look head on, that's what I mean by a triple frame window. But just imagine those and just use lots of gold light. You can bring up red earth energy, so come on, red earth energy if you want gold light. And just there could be invasive energy that's already woven into those and anchored into your upper chakras or your base of skull points. So it's like weeding a garden. You want to get out the roots and get out the plant, right? If it's a weed. So just surround it all in gold light. Any part of invasive energy anchored into your chakras and woven through the good karma windows, just surround it all in gold light, freeze it, lift it out. Angels, here you go. Freeze it. Surround it gold light, lift it out. Angels, here you go. Gold light, get it out. Angels, here you go. Right. So the benefit of that is, well, it feels better that way. And two, it's easier to repair if stuff isn't in the way. So, and if say you're having a problem, say with your throat chakra, that example that I had earlier about, you know, if you keep coughing, you could have aura damage in the front, you know, right in front of here. And invasive energy can get in too easily because all 17 of your auras are not whole and flowing right there. But also the good karma windows, if your fifth one is damaged, then it's easier for invasive energy to get in through there into your fifth layers and then into your fifth chakras. And so that could contribute to communication problems and or neck stiffness and or coughing. So all these good karma windows need to be happy and repaired. And you don't have to be able to see energy to do it. Just use your intuition, use gold light, and it all works out. Ask the angels again. Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings in the way of this repair? Fourth good karma window, I'm just doing that a little extra. Fourth chakra is motivation, positive feelings, enthusiasm, gratitude. So hugely useful. So the fourth good karma window there is deserving of a little extra help. So more gold light. You can lift out the blocks. You can really geek out as long as you want, really. Getting rid of little delicate blocks that are making a difference in a bad way, you know, just lift them out and then just keep repairing and lift out more junk and keep repairing. Out more junk, keep repairing. I had talked about the pleasure chakras 3 days ago in the first healing, fourth chakra, second chakra, and Kundalini chakra. So we just did fourth good karma window, which helps, you know, strong boundaries back there in the fourth layer of the astral body aura, which therefore indirectly ends up helping the fourth chakra. So we could do that for second chakra, second layer good karma window, right? To indirectly help the second chakra, which is another one of those enjoyment chakras and literally the sexuality chakra. So second good karma window back there. So almost the closest one to the back of the head. Lots of gold light. You can bring up orange earth energy if you want, just for that good karma window, the orange second layer good karma window. And just you can lift out or just burn them out with gold light, you know, foreign objects, devices, symbols that are not yours. All that out of there. Gold light. And, you know, to the extent it's healthy and gentle to do right now. So lift out the junk, melt it away, lift out the junk, melt it away. Junk, melt. can even have stuff stuck in the second chakra good karma window that's sticking you in a certain emotional state. So it's harder to get out of it, like sort of like a ditch, you know, once you're in it, it's harder to shift out of it. So for some people that might be sadness, that might be their emotional ditch. So again, we're doing the second layer good karma window back here. And I was talking about emotional ditches and how you may have a certain emotional state that once you get in it, it's really hard for you to get out of it. And it could be because of some good karma window damage and or some objects like symbols or devices on this second layer good karma window that are not yours, that don't belong there, right? So you can just, with your intention, just lift out those devices and melt them away, lift out the emotional ditch devices in your second good karma window, lift them out, melt them away with gold light. Lift out your emotional ditch devices in your good karma windows. Melt them away, lift out those emotional ditch devices, melt them away. And do some repair now that those are gone. You could have a sexual ditch device, I suppose, or symbol. So a sexual ditch, an example of that may be, you know, like you kind of fixate on sexuality. Like once you're thinking in that direction, you know, it's very hard for you to redirect your mind and your body. Or maybe like your sexual desire is directed towards a person and you're really like mentally done with that person, but your body is not cooperating with that idea. Or maybe, you know, because of trauma history, maybe you kind of stop enjoying sexual activity at a certain point. So we could call that a sexual ditch, where you just like you enjoy and you enjoy, and then too much gets triggered and you're like, nope, I'm not enjoying this anymore. You know, so some of that can be just hard objects or damage or symbols that are not yours, maybe from a past life, in your second good karma window back here. Because again, second chakra, second layer is emotions and sexuality. So just lift out your sexual ditch stuff from your second good karma window and melt it away. Lift out any sexual ditch stuff that is healthy and gentle to get rid of, melt it away. And again, for people that speak, you know, a ton of languages, English is not their first language. A ditch is like a, you know, a hole that commonly in like a road, on the side of a road. And so if your car gets into the ditch, it's hard to get out of the ditch again. So I'm using that word. So again, second layer, good karma window, just heal it and use gold light and orange earth energy and just lift out sexual ditch junk and melt it away. Lift out your sexual ditch stuff that's healthy and gentle to get rid of, melt it away with gold light. All right, cool. So base of skull points. Those are shown in the diagram. So I mean those two rows, those two horizontal rows, one at the level of the top of the earlobe, one at the level of the bottom of the earlobe, right? So let's repair those meridians and those chakras. So they're shown in the diagram just as dots, but each one is a chakra. And so the basic chakra shape is an open cylinder. right? So like this, an open cylinder, round opening, cylinder part, right? So the chakra fits inside the meridian, right? So those base of skull meridians, those happen to be going up and down. And so the chakra is oriented this way. And so the job of the chakra, of any chakra, is to generate energy and also keep energy flowing. So in this case, keep energy flowing within the meridian. So just imagine all these points as chakras and repair them and unblock them, and imagine the meridians, and don't let them be too cramped. It should be like a red flowy tube with red flowy life force in it. And we had talked before in other healings about peripheral blocks and core blocks. Core blocks, not as in more important, actually. It was sort of almost like the peripheral blocks were more important, really. So it was just a description of their location, was core and peripheral blocks. And so as we're healing these base of skull points, you can comb outward and be aware that you could have blocks way out here that are, if you melt those, then there's less pressure on these blocks. Melt those, there's less pressure on the points themselves and the meridians themselves. So it's all important. And it's possible, we already did chakra aura repair on all the auras. But if you have like problems with these meridians, it's possible that Wei Qi aura is still damaged right there. So like, for example, governing vessel meridian, that's the midline one, right? That's going up in the diagram, up the midline of the back, around the head, ends in the roof of the mouth. So that has its own Wei Qi aura that goes all around you. So right there behind base of skull points, that governing vessel meridian Wei Qi aura, you could have some pretty chunky hard objects in there mucking everything up. You just melt them with gold light. And don't forget the peripheral blocks that are further out in that governing vessel Wei Qi aura. Bunch of those. And like I said, you could have damage too. You have a big rip. But, if you have blocks, then, well, yeah. So just check like urinary bladder meridian, Wei Qi aura. That's the yellow lines. That's urinary bladder meridian. So check that Wei Qi aura too. I mean, you want all the Wei Qi auras, all 17, to be whole. But if these ones are damaged right here, you're going to especially be screwed. Or if they're blocked. So urinary bladder meridian, Wei Qi aura. So we'll just do those. We did GV Wei Qi aura. Now we're doing urinary bladder Wei Qi aura. The peripheral blocks and the core blocks. And angels, if there are any invasive beings in the way, can you recycle them? And then governing gallbladder meridian, Wei Qi aura GB, gallbladder meridian. So that's the one that it starts near the eye and crisscrosses around the side of the head and then goes down the back of the head and the side of the body. So you see it here as one of the outermost base of skull meridian there. So that Wei Qi aura is pretty important. So it's especially important back here, but it's also important here. I mean, it goes all around you, but you could just, for now, just focus on unblocking and repairing if it's needed around your head and neck. Gallbladder meridian Wei Qi aura. Because again, it could be ripped. Yeah, that could explain if you have chronic issues behind your head or headaches or whatever. They just use so much gold light that it grows back. And if you repair it over and over and over and over again, it could be that you're missing some hard objects in there, and those hard objects make the aura weaker. So then it tears very deeply every time that someone throws stuff. Okay, good enough. Woohoo! You're a rock star. Okay, so that is the 5 essentials. Grounding, aura repair, chakra repair, creative ring repair. And then the 5th one is good karma windows and base of skull points. Okay, so right now we're going to work on healing, repairing, and unblocking of 2 really important meridians in your physical body, but they don't only help your physical body like all these traditional Chinese medicine meridians, they help everything. So there are chakras within these meridians that help your mind, that help your emotions, that help your sexuality, that help your sleep, that help everything. So there's a lot of, it's very interconnected. Okay, so we're going to do the entire meridian, GV meridian and CV meridian, but there are points that we will especially do, in part because they help sexuality, but there may be specific points that help sexuality, but we're going to do some points around them, like for example, GV 20, but I always like to do 15 through 20, GV CV 3, 4, and 6 have been mentioned for sexuality, but I like to do the first points all the time. Those are really helpful. So we'll do CV 1 through 6. So anyway, let's get going. Should be fun and easy. Anyone can do it, I promise. A key thing, though, is to have the a key thing when you do meridian work or any of this healing and unblocking and repair, whatever that I do ever, is to have a healthy and gentle intention. And you can just have that as your intention, and that's good enough. But especially with the body meridians, you want to do what's healthy and gentle to do right now, in part because your body can only handle so much growth and change at once. And it's also interconnected. And so if you work on some points, they'll interact with other points in a different meridian. And, there's like a big ripple effect. So if you have that intention, healthy and gentle, you'll be good. Okay. So, um, the videos, I'm a little squeamish about the GV and CV videos, so I generally don't show those videos. There are specific videos for the GV and CV meridian I didn't make. But this, I think it's the CV meridian especially, it like has this close-up of the guy's junk, you know, like right in the, like huge, you know, of the guy's genitals, you know, because the points, the first points of both CV and GV are in the crotch. And so I don't like showing that video. So I just figure some people just aren't in the mood for a giant close-up of a man's crotch, you know? So that may be unscientific of me, but yeah, I'm just not feeling that. So I will just use some kind of a still photo, a still image. Let's see. We go through this, I think I'll be able to freeze frame it on a part that I like. So the middle one there, that's the GV meridian, that gray line. Okay, so there you go. I think that's good enough. No close-ups. So, like I said, that middle one is GV meridian right there, okay? And so the we can just do that meridian, the GV meridian. So see, it starts in the crotch, but you can't see that part. And then it goes up the midline of the back, all those points right there, right? And so the, sorry about that. So it goes up the back, and GV20 is in the top of the head, right there, the very top point there. Again, the GV is the gray line, right? And so let's just, and then it ends in the roof of the mouth, which you could see right there. You know, it goes down the nose and ends in the roof of the mouth or by the front teeth. So so let's just know that and heal. Okay? So that was explaining, so then let's just freaking do it. So I think my favorite view of it, I guess GV1 and 4 are good for sexuality, so we're going to have to look up. Let me look up for a second. So I've said this before. I like the website yinyanghouse.com. And so what I Google if I want a quick diagram of points, usually I prefer their diagrams. Not always, but often I prefer their points, their diagrams. So if I Google like, you know, GV meridian diagram yin yang house, then it pulls up their exact page because their website is sort of hard to navigate. So but anyway, okay, so GV1 and GV2 are pretty close together, and so what they're showing us right here, that's the little dot that we can see between his butt cheeks. That's GV2 actually, and GV1 is like right in his crotch. Okay, so the one like that's more in his butt cheeks, that's GV2 already, and then GV3 is all the way up, you know, in the lower back. So the points for sexuality are GV1 and GV4, but again, just don't do only those. But so then 2 is in the butt cheeks, 3 and 4. So 4 is like, you know, if you just put your hands on your hips maybe and go back. It's very rough. The rough guide. But anyway, so do the whole thing though, right? So let's do it. It said doing, but it wasn't doing. That's annoying. So this is really, really doing, right? Okay. So GV is the gray line and in the diagram. And so just imagine it as a red flowy tube so that you can perceive GV1, also GV4, but all those points, right? All the GV20 is in the top of the head. That's a really good one. That is relevant for sexuality as well. GV20, that calms the mind. Does other cool things too. And then just how it hooks around and ends in the roof of the mouth, right? So just check out all of that route. And just use gold light, have that intention healthy and gentle. And see, is there a traffic jam anywhere? Or did you feel like it's so depleted the whole route? In which case, do more on GV1, the very point at the very bottom in the crotch. So again, you know, GV1 would be like this. And so it's more likely to be blocked at the bottom. Since the direction of flow goes upward, it's like these chakras kind of, they're like a filter sometimes. So if there's muck in the thing, then it's going to catch right here. So there would be more blocks here probably than here for your GV1. So just check out GV1 and unblock the bottom of GV1. Take your time. And then you can do them all at once, if one at a time if you want, you know, like GV1 through GV4. GV4 again is one of the sexuality ones. Of course, all these points help you in 5,000 different ways, but 1, GV2, GV3, GV4. So you want them all to be happy, not just one or the other, right? Hey, Lorenzo, can I have one of those too? So GV1, GV4. So you can think, you know, about sexuality and just use your imagination and just think, okay, well, is there something jammed in there? And just wash it out with gold light. But again, don't just do GV1 and GV4. Do the ones in between and do all the rest, especially GV20. That's another one that helps. You can calm your mind and not be thinking of 20 things when you're trying to, if you are trying to have a sexual experience with yourself or somebody else. You'll have a calm mind is good. But, you know, it helps you other times too. Helps you many other times. Have a calm mind. So just up every single point. X. So GV, it's like the shape is kind of like a candy cane. All right, starts in the crotch, goes around the head, ends in the roof of the mouth. Relax it, let it relax. It's part of the job of GV meridian has a big job, just like CV meridian. GV meridian helps you to manage all your yang meridians, and CV meridian helps you to manage all your yin meridians. So this to be like, you could have just crusty deposits of old stress in here. So just let those melt away. like maybe from an old job, an old relationship, some crappy time in your life. Just use lots of cold light and be gentle. Let it dissolve at a rate that's healthy and gentle for you right now. Okay, so that's GV meridian. Good job, good job, good job. So now let's do the CV meridian, shall we? So again, the CV meridian video is the one that I'm most reluctant to show ever on a video because it starts in the crotch and it's very visual with this video that this guy made. So, but we play the stomach meridian video, we can see a good view. Okay, so the CV meridian, that's the one going up the midline right there, which is shown in gray. Right? So there we go. Trying to avoid the guys. Too much of an anatomy lesson there. Oh well, I guess it's unavoidable. Yeah, I did it. Woohoo! Proud of myself. Sorry, hold on one sec. Okay, so now we're going to do the CV meridian, and it's shown here. The first part of it, the very first part of it is in the crotch. So you'll just have to take my word for it that the first point, so it's shown in this diagram, it goes up the midline of the front of the body, CV meridian. It stands for conception vessel meridian. Also, you'll see it referred to as Ren, R-E-N, which is the Chinese name, well, the English way of saying the Chinese name for it, because these are traditional Chinese medicine meridians. So you could see the point, you know, Ren 1 or Ren 4 versus CV1, CV4. It's the same thing. But conception vessel meridian, that's how I refer to it. So CV, conception vessel meridian. So anyway, it helps to manage all your yin meridians. So really important. And since we're working sexuality right now, these points in particular that I wrote out, CV1, 3, 4, and 6, will work those extra because CV 3, 4, and 6 I have seen in several places as being related to sexuality. But CV1, I always like to work the first point in any meridian. And that's helpful too. So we'll really be doing CV 1 through 6 extra. But we'll do the whole meridian because I just feel it's more gentle to do the whole meridian and not only certain points on the meridian. Think of it as a whole river. Take care of the whole river. Okay. So that's that. And so what you see in this diagram, since I'm not going to show a giant close-up of the guy's crotch to show CV1, what you're seeing at the lowest point there is CV2. And then as it goes up, it's CV2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, blah, 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 right? So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 5, 6, 7 are like closer together on the diagram right there. So 5 and 6 is, you know, so that cluster of 3 there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6 are clustered together. So 4 and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are close together. So we'll work 5 and 6. You know, let's work 1 through 7. Okay. So yeah, I like that. So we'll do CV 1 through 7. And then we'll also do, you know, those individual one at a time. And then we'll do the whole, okay? So, and again, 7th is that, you know, as you count up what you see there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, those are clustered together. So we'll work up to that cluster extra. All right. And so, yeah, just do it. Okay, so first CV1, and just like GV1, you know, just like any of these points, if you know the direction of flow, then you know, because it kind of filters the energy as it comes in. So the blocks can kind of stack up, you know, in the entryway right there. So CV1, just like GV1, is oriented this way because the meridian's going upward, and it's more likely to be blocked right at the first entrance of CV1, right? So just do a little extra unblocking of your CV1 chakra, which again, you might see it referred to as REN1, same thing. So since this is the first point and the whole meridian is like a river, you know, if you unblock it more, it can, you know, if your whole river is kind of depleted, unblocking it more helps more energy to flow in properly to the rest of the river. Each of these chakras, they generate energy and they also keep the energy flowing. It's true for any chakra. So again, CV1. So, and you can think about, you know, sexuality and just, you know, any blocks that you have sexually, are there little blocks here at CV1 that relate to that? And if just melt away what's healthy and gentle to clear right now. And then going up. So let's just do CV1 through 7 all at once. Think of it like a river. Or, you know, think of it as the literal route going up the front right there. So points that you might see in literature, you know, pointed out as good for sexuality would be those ones I wrote out, 3, 4, and 6. But you can just pay attention to all of them, 1 through 7. You don't want to feel like it's like, you know, it's hard for the energy to flow. If you do, then that's because there are blocks. You could move out the blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of, melt them away. Move out the blocks in CV1 through 7 that are healthy and gentle to get rid of, melt them away. Move out the blocks in CV1 through 7 that are healthy and gentle to get rid of, and melt them away. Couple deep breaths. Because, you know, this stuff affects a lot of other meridians, affects, you know, your major chakras even. So keep breathing. Don't rush yourself. EV1, get the river nice and nourished all the way up through CV7. They're all part of the, they're all a valuable part of the river, right? So EV1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So as you know, you move your energy, you move your hand up, you can feel the energy in CV1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, in your CV1 through 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. And just see, does it feel like, or does it feel smooth, like it can just, woo, like a big, nice river? You know, and it could be a big, nice river until one chakra, and then it feels like it's hard to get through that one. So then just use lots of gold light. You can say too, angels, if there are any invasive beings messing with any of these chakras, messing with this meridian at all, can you please recycle them? Right? Because you do have angels and they know how to do their job. Just say it with your mind, you know, angels, can you please recycle any invasive beings messing with this meridian? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just especially CV3. So can CV3 not only generate enough energy, but keep it flowing? And if your intuition says nope, then just be nice to your CV3, you know, unblock it extra. Use gold light, burn out with gold, any stuff that's not yours, affecting CV3. Which in the diagram, right, that CV is the midline, the gray line, and so the lowest one that you can see in the diagram right now is CV2. So then CV3 is one up from that. So maybe some people have an overactive CV3. So you could just let it calm down to whatever rate of spinning that is healthy for you. CV4 is another one that you'll see as being beneficial for sexuality. Although, you know, everybody's different. You could be, you know, people have different complex needs, but as an energy healer, it works to think of things. Are they blocked? Does it generate enough energy? Can it flow properly? That's all easy enough. So CV4, 5, and 6, CV6, that's another one that you might see highlighted as helping sexuality. So you can just check it out, melt away. And again, the blocks might be at the base of it, right? It's an open cylinder, energy's flowing into it, and it kind of starts to filter your impurities in the river. So the impurities might build up right here at the base of it. So CV6, block under it. And again, these points help with a million things. So even if, you know, your sexuality is just fine, perhaps, then, you know, it'll help you with other stuff too. CV7. And then all the way up, just keep going. And now we can keep going up. Go a little more. Oop, wait, no. CV. So, okay, so it keeps going up. It goes up the chest. And it ends in the tip of the tongue, actually. So it's in the diagram, it's a gray line that goes all the way up the midline of the neck. And one interesting point too is here, this one, you'll see it better on this. So you can see the whole route of CV meridian. It's that midline one that goes up. The one. This is the one I wanted. Okay. So this is the final route of the CV meridian. It goes up, 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 ends in the tip of the tongue. So CV 23 is this point right here at the uppermost part of the neck. And that helps with respiratory stuff. And probably 15 other things too. So there's just that whole route. So you got your start the river at CV1 and then it keeps going upward. So CV1 through 7 we already took care of. Then it keeps going up all the way up. CV23 at the top of the neck. Block that extra. Respiratory system. All the way up. Yeah, you can think of all these points. They're all little chakras. You want to be nice to every single one of them. And you can make a real small copy that the whole route fits within your hands. And that way you're just surrounding the whole meridian all at once with light. And you can move out any blocks in your CV meridian that are healthy and gentle to get rid of. Just move them out and melt them away with gold light. Move out the blocks in your CV meridian and melt them away with gold. Move out the blocks in your CV meridian and melt them away with gold. Angels, if there are any invasive beings in my CV meridian or messing with my CV meridian, can you recycle them? All right, good enough. Woohoo! Good job, good job. So let's see, let's celebrate. Oh, I don't have confetti here. Celebrate, damn it. All right, good job. You are a rock star. Woohoo! Yay! Woohoo! All right, great. So that was GV meridian and CV meridian, especially emphasizing sexuality points. But they're really, really important meridians for everything, not totally not just sexuality. Really, really, really. Yay, good for you. Rockstar. Okay. One more time. Ain't good enough. All right. Okay. So now we're going to do 2 meridians that complement each other. They're paired meridians, meaning one is yang and one is yin, and they work together. And so it's nice to heal them both at the same time. I think that's extra supportive and gentle. And I already have a video on the urinary bladder and kidney meridians and healing them, a short video on that. So this video will maybe someday be an excerpt video as well. But with this video, I will do a little extra on points that are supposed to relate to sexuality, to help sexuality. But again, I would say, do the whole meridian as well. Don't just fixate on certain points, because that is most likely going to help you in many ways and be more gentle. Okay, so let's do it. No, that's not what I wanted. Sorry about that. I'm looking. Thank goodness, I finally found it. Thank goodness. Okay, so this is imagery from that that you'll find in that short video that I made already on urinary bladder and kidney meridian healing. So here you see the majority of the route for both of these meridians. They're the urinary bladder meridian that you see on this side, shown in yellow, starts in the corner of the eye, and then it goes up and over and over your head, and then it splits into 4 branches, and that's what you see right there going down the back. And then those points by the lower back and the butt, I call the butt points, and one of those will be healing extra because it helps with sexuality. And then it goes down and ends in one of the toes. So that one we'll do today now. And then this one, kidney meridian, it starts in the sole of the foot. And so we'll do that. Kidney 1 especially, of course. We always do the first points especially. But then it'll go up, and we'll do 1 point especially on the kidney meridian, just below the knee. No. Kidney 3. We'll do kidney 3, and that's in the foot. It's the 3rd point in the foot, so that's easy to tell. We'll just do that. But we'll do the whole route, though. It's a very cool meridian. And, you see it as the orange line right there. And so it goes up the midline, just right around the CV meridian right there, the orange lines. That's the kidney meridian. So the 2 branches go up, and then they divide, get a little further, and they go up the chest, and then they end right there in the upper chest. So we're going to do both those routes. And like I said, for sexuality, the points that you will find highlighted would be 2 points in the urinary bladder meridian that are in the back. You'll see back there. The UB 23 is in the inner. Okay, so it's 4 branches going down the back, and then the inner 2 branches gets into that end pattern right in the butt there, the upper butt, right? The N pattern you see there. So if you look at the N and then you count upward in that inner branch beyond the N, above the N, right? So above the N, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's urinary bladder 23. So it's roughly, if you put your hands high up on your hips right there, you know, that's, you know, in your put your hands on your waist, you know, it's roughly there. But that's urinary bladder 23. And then urinary bladder 32 is in that N pattern. It's it goes down into the N and then it goes back up, and it it's one of the butt points, the innermost row, the second down from the top. So it like goes down and so I'll show you in more detail when we get to it. But so anyway, so there's one, you know, around the waist area in the inner branch of UB, and then there's one in that N. And those 2 points, 23 and 32 of urinary bladder meridian, will do those a little extra. But I think, and the angels keep emphasizing, do the whole route, especially, you know, if you want to do from waist through the butt points, you know, because you don't want to just have some strong points and then the others are still blocked. It's not going to work right. So just do the whole, we'll do that whole from the waist on down. We'll do the whole thing, but we'll extra do from 20, you know, from the whole waist on down all the way through the butt points. Butt points. So let's, since I just talked so much about the urinary bladder meridian, we could start with that one. So I think I have the video too. I should have the video. Yeah. Okay. So see right there, it starts in the corner of the eye, goes up, and then goes over the top of the head, through base of skull points, divides into 4, and then it's just showing you both branches, the innermost branches, and then, so it just went through UB 23. I'll back it up so you can see UB 23. Okay, so above the N, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right there, where the white is. Of course, you don't want white in your chakras, but where the white dots are right there, that's UB 23. So I suppose I could make that. Yes. Okay. So that's UB 23 right there, where the white dots are. Okay. And then I'll make another one. Sorry, this is taking me way too long. Mm. Okay, so that shows UB32 right there. Okay, so it goes down. I suppose I could bring myself back. Here I am. Here I am. Okay. Okay, so that's UB32. So it's like, I hope that's clear. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. So it's the inner part of the N, the second from the top. Right? So you have 2 UB32s, you have 2 UB23s, and those help with sexuality. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Yeah. All right, cool. So let's properly talk about it now. So that when I do, if I do a short video, for you all having to wait through that again. Okay. Oops, wait. Okay. So this is the urinary bladder meridian part of it. As I already showed, it starts in the corner of the eye. It goes up and over and down the back and all the way down to the toes. But so we will heal the whole thing. However, we will extra pay attention to this whole route from UB23 through UB32 all the way down to, let's see, 32, 33, 34, 35, at least 23 to 35, you know, just so you get that whole route right there from the waist area down through that N pattern all the way beyond it. Okay, so let's do that right now. So okay, so let's do it right now. All right, so I already explained the route. So it starts in the eye, the inner corner of the eye. So unblock the start, that first UB1 point right there, bladder 1, urinary bladder 1, the corner of the eye. The second point is like right by the inner eyebrow, and it goes up by the hairline. There are 2 points by the hairline, over the head. And then around base of skull, it divides into 4 branches. Yeah, just trace those 4 branches down until this part where we can see in the diagram. Right, and then notice as you go by UB23, how does that feel to you? You've got a sense of the river before then, right? Does it jam up at UB23 or does it keep going nice and smooth? So we'll do a little extra healing for UB23. The direction of flow right there is downward. So if it's gonna be blocked, I mean the whole thing could be full of blocks, but also it could be, you know, since the energy is going this way, a bunch of the blocks could be right here at this end as opposed to at this end of that chakra UB23. So you can unblock extra the top of UB23. So just get a sense of that river. It's going down Goes through UB23. So you don't want UB23 to be limited in any way. Nice and red and flowy. Imagine the meridian itself red and flowy with red flowy force field of you and your body going through it. And all these chakras that you see as dots here, those are supposed to be generating energy, more and more energy, more and more flow. So just get a sense of UB23. Is it generating enough energy for you to have, you know, your wellness, your sexual wellness, and just in general? Because all these points help you in like 50 different ways. Just nourish it, use lots of gold light. Wash away everybody else's energy out of your UB20. All right, and they go down to the N area of the meridian, right? And then see it goes down like an N shape, and then it goes back up, and then it goes down again, right? So as it goes down into the N, it goes back up, and then that second point on the way down. Not the highest point of the N there, but the second one. That's UB32, which is also highlighted as having importance sexually. So we'll give that one a little extra love. Unblock it. Wash everybody out. A little stretching as you do that. Breathe deeply. And go beyond that point. Don't just think about that point. Think about the rest of the end pattern as it goes down your butt. The meridian continues all the way down your legs, down to your toes, on your legs, down to your toes. Okay, so again, we'll do this 30 UB23 area, and we could do that outer branch too, because we haven't really done it too much, the outer branch. So not the one that UB23 and 32 are in, but the, you know, when it branches 4 yellow branches, right? The urinary bladder meridian. So just yellow in the diagram. Just check out that outer branch, see that, about the flow in that one. And are these chakras generating enough energy? If not, just unblock them, nurture them. Strong, and they're generating enough energy. Still going. All right, and then again, the inner branches. And so those, did they change at all when you worked the outer branches? You're going back to the inner branches. So then UB23, right where the white dots are in the diagram, those are chakras. It should not be white, they should be red and flowing in reality. Strengthen your UB23s. But not just those, right? You want the chakras before it and after it. So you go through 23 all the way down into the N pattern and then back up in the N. And then that second point, the innermost branch of the N, not the highest point, but the second point there, that's the UB32. Unblock the top of that. So as you go through the N pattern, is there any like sense of like a traffic jam or any limitations? And just lift out the what's healthy and gentle to get rid of from that N pattern area. Lift it out, melt it away with lots of gold light. Comb through that N area, lift it out, melt it away with gold light. You can say too, angels, if there are any invasive beings in anywhere messing with this meridian, can you please recycle them? Right? Comb through all your, I call it, you know, irreverently, I call it your butt point area. So comb through all your butt points, the inner branches and the outer branches, right? Comb through them all, even including all the way up to UB23. Comb through the lower back and butt points. How about that? And comb outward, get rid of all the energy blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of. The angels, can you recycle any invasive beings hooked into this stuff? And so then you just have a bunch of energy blocks, right? Corded by people probably. So melt away cords from people out of these blocks with gold light from your hands. And then keep using gold light to fully melt these blocks. Get everybody out of them. You could blow them up at that point too. Right. And you could say too, angels, can you help me heal this meridian? You know, because if you're working hard at it, you know, your angels help. All right. And we'll just watch the rest of the urinary bladder route so we can see the finish of it. Sorry, guys. I'm back in. Okay. So now we will keep watching the rest of the route and keep going. There we go. Okay. So beyond the butt points. Here we go. So see, back of legs. How about that? Got to get those points. Let's do that. And then, of course, it goes all the way up again, but we've already done that part. So then the outer part, outer branch as it goes to the thighs, all the way down. So now we're going to be able to see it, the end parts. So the outer part of the foot and ends in the pinky toe. How about that? How cool is that? Okay, so let's do that final part of it that we saw. Okay. So starting about there. Oops. Starting, well, we get started at the butt points. I wanted to, there we go. Okay. Starting there. I'll move me over. Okay, so now we're doing the lower part of the urinary bladder meridian, from like the bottom of the butt points. There's a point there right at the crease of the butt cheeks. See that one extra. It'll give us better butts. It might. Certainly could improve the energy of your butt alone is worth it, right? So what do we call that one? The butt crease, the perky butt point. The butt crease point. All right, and then you want to do, you know, both branches, and then it's kind of cool. They go. So then that whole behind the back of the leg part, cool. Points behind the knee. And then further on down. Then here we go, the final part of the route. Right, so below the knee, in the back of the leg, and then it goes down, and then it'll end in the pinky toe, right? So the back of the knee, gotta give love to the back of the knees. And again, we're doing the meridian, but we're also combing the auras behind it. Because you could have some really weird blocks, especially in the Wei Qi aura that's just for the urinary bladder meridian. It's supposed to be a gold flowy force field all the way around you, right? And it's just that one Wei Qi aura nourishes the urinary bladder meridian. And so you might have some weird blocks in there. But you can unblock all your auras, all 17 auras behind your knees, behind your lower legs. Melt away block. And here, the urinary bladder meridian, it just has 2 branches, right? And then it goes and finishes up at the pinky toe right there, see? So side of the foot, that whole route, ankle, outer ankle, and the side of the foot. You want it to finish strong, right? Because the urinary bladder meridian flows into a different meridian, so you need it to be strong right there so that it nourishes the next meridian. All right, so good job. That's enough. Good job, good job. Woohoo! Good job. Yay! All right, so kidney meridian. It's gonna take me a second to set that one up. Okay, so here's the kidney meridian. It starts in the sole of the foot. Right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I had said that kidney meridian 3. So kidney 3 is a point that had been highlighted to help with sexuality, right? So you can see it right there. It's the first, you know, it starts in the sole of the foot, and then there's a point near the side of the foot, and then that's that first ankle point there on the orange line, right? So we'll do it again so you can count. So that's 1, right? Kidney 1 right there. Kidney 2, kidney 3 right there. Okay. So kidney 1, kidney 2. Oops, just passed it. Oh, pass it again. I mean, you know what? I'll do like we did before. I'll do the. Okay, close enough. Okay, so that's the kidney meridian, and that's kidney 3, right there. That the little dotted lines are pointing to, right? So so let's just do like kidney 1. We'll do kidney 1 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe. We'll do up to where that white dot is. But it's pretty much just past kidney 10 right there. So we'll just do kidney 1 through 10. So start at the base of the sole of the foot, right? And unblock it, because you want, it's like a river and it flows from the meridian right before it into that one. So you want to unblock that chakra, right? So the basic chakra shape is like this. And so the bottom of kidney 1 could be blocked up, and you want to unblock it enough so that energy flows into that kidney meridian nicely. And the blocks could be all around it. So just surround it with so much gold light, but definitely unblock underneath kidney 1, the river, right? And so let the river have lots of energy. Heal kidney 1 to the point where it's generating enough energy for you. And then just watch the flow, how it goes to the side of the foot for kidney 2. See how kidney 2 is for you. And then it goes to the ankle, to that point that I'm pointing to right there with the kidney 3 right there. First ankle point. And again, this one is one, I'm sure it helps in 5 million different ways, but one way it helps is sexuality. So just to the extent that's healthy and gentle, right? And then do all the ankle points, kidney 4, 5, 6, and then up, and then kidney 7, 8, kidney 9, and kidney 10, right? So just, and what you could do is just do kidney 1 through 10 as a river, right? So just, especially if it sort of blows your mind to think of the diagram and the location. So if you think of kidney 1 through 10 as a river, and then you think, okay, kidney 3 is especially important for sexuality, but they all support each other, right? So you want to just nourish them all, right? You can lift out blocks from kidney 1 through 10 that are healthy and gentle to get rid of and melt them all away. Lift out blocks from kidney 1 through 10, melt them all away. Lift out blocks from kidney 1 through 10, melt them all away, right? And then now we can just follow the rest of the route and do the whole rest of the meridian. So it goes up the back of the leg and through the body into the front right there. Okay, so goes up the back of the leg, right? And then it goes up into the body and then it goes up the front. And the the orange lines that we're seeing right there, just follow that up all the way so that all the way up, then it ends in the upper chest. See? Follow that up. Think of the river as it starts in your foot, sole of your foot, and just the ankle point, that important ankle point, kidney 3 that we like. But we love all the points, right? So ankle, back of leg, up, back of thigh, up through the body into the front of the body. Through the tummy area, and then up through the chest area. Right? And you can comb through the whole route. You can think of the whole route, you know, like have a copy out in front of you of yourself. And just think of that whole route and scoop out any energy blocks that are healthy and gently get rid of out of the whole kidney meridian. And then just hold them out and say, angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this junk, can you recycle them? And then just lots of gold light, melt quartz from people out, melt people's energy out of these blocks, and just melt the blocks away. Couple deep breaths. All right, very good job. Good job, good job. So I think that's a great job. Yeah. Celebrate. Great job. You are a rock star. Woohoo. So funny how I can't get enough of that confetti. All right, great. So that was a lot. Thanks for your patience with the graphics. Later, when I make it a short video, if I do, you won't have to sit through all the umming and ahhing and fumbling with the graphics. I'll edit all that out. So that was urinary bladder and kidney meridian, especially the points that help sexuality. So urinary bladder and kidney meridian for sex. Oh. Okay. Well, just when you think you've seen it all. Oh, God. Okay, so now we will do, we'll work sexuality, both your perception, your own perception of your own sexuality, and also your sexual communication with others, both sending out and perceiving sexual communication consciously, but also a lot goes on subconsciously. So should be awesome to work. And it'll be pretty easy. So here we go. Okay, so first we'll do sexuality, how you perceive yourself. both consciously and subconsciously, which can be affected by things that have happened to you in this life, people you've been around in this life, but also past lives as well. If you haven't cleared things, they're still with you. So we're going to clear it in 3 ways, work it in 3 ways, your perception of your own sexuality. We're going to clear energy blocks, heal mini yous, little parts of you that feel differently, including walled off parts of you that you've pretended aren't there, and nourish yourself and your perception of your own sexuality using flower healing. Okay? So clearing blocks, heal mini yous, and flower healing. Okay? So let's do it. So first, big gold blanket, make a big gold blanket out in front of you and put onto it copies of any energy blocks you have relating to your own perception of your sexuality. Do you feel sexy? Do you not feel sexy? How do you feel about your sexual desire, your hormones, your appearance, whatever. So anything affecting your perception of your own sexuality. And maybe it's dumped energy from other people, but it's within your space and it affects your perception of your sexuality, right? And just say, angels, can you double check all this and make sure it's healthy and gentle to clear right now? Take a deep breath while your angels edit the pile. And then ask your angels one more thing. Angels, can you please recycle any invasive beings that could be hooked into this junk? Just because that way it'll be easier to clear. Deep breath. And then now you can do the rest. So bring up red earth energy, soak the pile with red earth energy from the core of the earth, and use gold light with your hands to soak the pile in gold light and melt cords from other people going into all this junk. And wash everybody's energy out of this pile of junk. All these energy blocks and dumped energy, you can start to melt it all away. And you could blow it up too. Now that you've gotten everybody out of it, you can just blow it up, or you can keep using gold light and melt it fully. And if any of it doesn't dissolve fully, just wrap it up in gold light and give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. Okay, so then we'll do healing mini yous. So just imagine little mini versions of you that feel differently about what you think about your own sexuality. So maybe a part of you thinks you're totally sexy. A part of you thinks you are the furthest thing from sexy. Whatever, however you perceive yourself, it's generally not just one way. You know, there can be parts of you that feel differently, right? So all these little mini yous, including parts of you that are like, that's not a part of me, but the walled off parts of you. So line up all those different parts of you that relate to your perception of your own sexuality and just give all those parts of you a healing. Use gold light, heal all these mini yous, be supportive, be comforting, be like, hey, it's okay. It's just gold light. It's just earth energy. It's a nice healing. You deserve a healing. Didn't do anything wrong. It's okay. And you don't have to feel how these parts of you feel, right? You're just the big sister or the big brother, coming in and healing. Right? And you can bring up red earth energy, orange earth energy, yellow earth energy. Just give all these parts of you a nice earth energy soak. Lots of gold light. And so a lot of these parts of you, once they get healed, they'll just dissolve and you'll get that energy back. So it won't be a separate part of you that feels differently. And then you can ask your angels to finish healing these parts of you. Angels, can you help me finish healing these parts of me? Deep breath while your angels do that. A little extra gold light. All right, good job. So then now we'll do flower healing. So You don't have to use your hands, although I adore using my hands with this. But you can make energy healing flowers for yourself out of universal healing energy. Make them gold light or rainbow colors or both. And just make a whole lot of energy healing flowers. But they could be, you know, energy Lamborghini cars or energy, you know, whatever. Energy gift boxes, energy blankets, energy whatever, right? So just presents for yourself, right? Out of healing energy, and tune them to the vibration that you need to nourish yourself and support yourself as far as your perception of your own sexuality. I say, angels, can you check my flowers? So they'll edit them a little if needed. And then go ahead and give them to yourself. So more presents. Let's do it again. So make energy healing flowers for yourself, just the right vibration to help heal you and nourish you and your perception of your own sexuality. And then say, angels, can you check my flowers? Deep breath, and then give them to yourself. Go wherever they need to go. All right, great job. So the other aspect of sexuality that we can do has to do with communication. Outbound and inbound. Okay, so what are you communicating sexually, both consciously and subconsciously? Like, for example, say with your partner, you think you're communicating consciously a certain way, but it could be that some walled off parts of you are like screaming not nice things at your partner when it comes to spicy time. So you wanna heal all parts of you so that you know you have a coherence, and so that what you consciously want and what you consciously intend is more like what's actually emanating from you as far as communication with others. Okay, so first we'll do the outbound communication. Should we do both? Yeah, let's do both at once. Let's do both at once. Okay. So outbound and inbound communication. So first we'll clear blocks. Okay. So just make a big gold blanket out in front of you and put onto it any baggage, anything within you, even dumped energy that's in your space from other people, hard objects, devices from other people, anything that impacts your sexuality as far as your communication, how you're hearing or receiving other people's communication, and how you are giving out communication consciously and subconsciously. So any internal baggage impacting your sexual communications, how you receive and how you send out, right? So anything within your space, including devices, including, you know, manipulations from others, trying to shut you down, whatever, right? From past lives, from this life. The angels, can you check all this and make sure it's healthy and gentle to clear right now? Deep breath while your angels do that. Okay. And then one more question for your angels. Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that could be hooked into this stuff? Breath while your angels do that. And that just cleans it out, makes it less dramatic to clear. Okay, and you can do the rest now. Just bring up red earth energy from the core of the earth. Soak all these piles in red earth energy, which just starts the draining process. So you're draining out your energy from this junk, everybody else's energy too. And use gold light for your hands and melt away cords going into the pile of junk from other people. And other people could be cording it, but they have no idea they're doing it. So just melt all the cords and wash everybody out of the piles and wash yourself out of the piles. And now that everyone's out, you could blow up the piles all yourself if you want, or you could use gold light and fully melt the piles. And if any of it's not melting, just wrap it up in gold light and give it to your angels. Say, angels, can you help me with this? All right, good job. So then heal mini yous as far as communication, sexual communication, outbound and inbound. So you could have parts of you that don't like sexual communication, parts of you that maybe do it in at times that you don't want to do it consciously, whatever. Or you could have parts of you that are like overly sensitive to other people's sexual communications, get bothered by it too much. You know, it ruffles your feathers a lot. So whatever. And put out in front of you any parts of you that relate to sexual communication going outward from you or that you're perceiving from others, right? So all these little parts of you that relate to sexual communications, outbound or inbound, and just give them a healing. Bring up red earth energy, bring up orange earth energy, bring up yellow earth energy, use gold light. You can talk in a supportive way to these parts of you. Say, hey, it's okay. This is just a healing. You didn't do anything wrong. It's all right. Okay. Right. Be comforting. And some of these parts of you will be like, maybe, you know, they seem kind of stressed out or kind of in shock or whatever. It doesn't matter. Just give every part of you a healing, right? Just be supportive. Say, it's okay. All right. And you say, angels, can you help me finish healing these parts of me? So as these parts get healed, then they just dissolve and you get the energy back. So it's not a separate part of you. You can just watch that happen, watch these different parts of you get healed, and then you get the energy back. And if there are any leftover parts of you that still need healing, you can just say, you know, wrap them up in lots of comforting gold light and give them to your angels. Say, angels, can you help heal these parts of me as much as needed over time? All right, that was good. You did great. Good job, good job. Woohoo! Yay. Okay, so now we will do the same thing with emotion. But the difference with this time is what we're going to do here is we are going to do it all at once. We're going to work your own perception of your emotions as well as what you are communicating to others on emotional levels and how you process other people's emotional communication. And again, this involves a lot of subconscious perception of communications, a lot of subconscious communications, a lot of, you know, subconscious perceptions of your own emotions. So it's really, really great to work. I'm looking forward. So let's do it. So first, we're going to just clear blocks that impact any of this, self-perception and communications emotionally, right? So make a big old blanket out in front of you and just pile onto it, dump onto it, copies of anything in your space, blah, you know, just get it all out, put it on the blanket. Any blocks in your space that impact you, your perception of your own emotions, your ability to process your own emotions, that affect your emotional communications, what you communicate to others on an emotional level, how you perceive and how you process other people's emotional communication, right? And plus any just junk people have dumped in your space regarding emotions. any devices or manipulations that are in your space regarding emotions. Maybe someone wants you to be less angry or less sad or you know, whatever. Just dump everything from everyone else out onto the blanket. And say, angels, is this healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? Because some of it might be a little too much, and your angels can edit for you. Deep breath. You can always do more later with your angels. All right, so now whatever's left on the blanket is healthy and gentle to clear right now. So go for it. Just you can bring up red earth energy. And you can say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that are hooked into this junk? That way, it'll be a lot less dramatic to clear it all. Deep breath while your angels do that. And then lots of gold light. Just wash this pile out. Lots of gold light. Melt cords going into the pile from other people. And then wash everybody's energy out of the piles, including your energy. Just wash it all out of the pile. Keep using gold light and melt the pile fully. Or at this point, now that you've cleared everybody out, you can blow up the pile too. You want to blow it up or melt it all up. If there's any left over, just wrap it up in gold light. Give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. Okay, so we'll do that one more time, but much faster. So big gold blanket out in front of you. Pile onto it all your emotional junk. Any baggage that you have emotionally that you're ready to get rid of. Anything affecting your perception of your own emotions, your ability to process your own emotions, and your emotional communication with others. Both directions, right? All that junk. Plus any manipulation, any just dumped junk from others that's emotional. Angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? Breath. Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings hooked into this junk? All right, so now just go for it. Red earth energy, soak the pile. Gold light, melt the cords. Melt everybody's energy out. Melt your energy out. Keep using gold light and melt it all. Anything is left over, you could say, wrap it up in gold light. Give it to your angels. Say, angels, can you help me with this? All right, so that was clearing blocks for your emotional baggage. So heal mini yous. So just imagine, because you're not always feeling the exact same way, just imagine all sorts of little mini yous that feel different ways emotionally and communicate in different ways emotionally. Especially the parts of you that are really stuck emotionally. And there could be some, right? Especially the parts of you that you've walled off, that you're not consciously aware of. Put those parts of you out in front of you. So any part of you that relates to emotions in any way, including the walled off parts, put all those parts of you out in front of you. And then just use lots of gold light. Heal all these parts of you. You can bring up red earth energy. You can bring up orange earth energy. Bring up yellow earth energy. You can say, angels, if there are any invasive beings messing with these parts of me, can you please recycle them? You can be comforting. Say, it's okay. You deserve a healing. You didn't do anything wrong. Lots of gold light. Because even the parts of you that are super stuck or that are screaming at somebody, emotionally stuck, you know, it's for a reason. You know, something happened and you got stuck. So just give that part of you a nice healing. Lots of gold light. Okay, so you did a great job. Then just ask your angels, angels, can you help me finish healing these parts of me? So as your angels help you finish up, the parts of you get healed and they dissolve and you get the energy back. So it's not a separate walled off part of you or a separate, you know, part of you that is stuck or feeling differently. And if there's any leftover parts of you that are still not healed, just use a lot of extra gold light with them. Be comforting, be supportive. Say, hey, I understand. It's okay. You can wrap them up in extra gold light and just say, angels, can you help me heal these parts of me for as long as it takes? All right, good job, good job. So now we'll just finish up with flower healing for your emotions. So make a whole bunch of energy healing flowers, as many or as little as you need, right? And have them, tune them to the right vibration. So they're out of universal healing energy, right? Gold and or rainbow colors, and tune them to just the right vibration so that they're nourishing for you on an emotional level, subconsciously and consciously, right? Just the right vibration. Say, angels, can you check my flowers? And then give them to yourself. Let them go wherever you need them. Deep breath. So one more time. Energy healing flowers for yourself, just the right vibration that you need. Be rainbow colors and gold, and just tune them to just the right vibration to nourish you emotionally. And say, angels, can you check my flowers? And give them to yourself. Deep breath. All right, great job. Okay, so that was our gargantuan amount that we just did. So now we're just going to do a wrap up. Hold on one sec. Okay, so we'll wrap up. So just make a big copy of you out in front of you, and have all your everything, right? So all your 17 auras and both your groundings connecting you to the core of the earth and connecting your body to the core of the earth. Comb through that. Comb through your major chakras along your spine. Align your chakras along your spine. Use a nice wide band of gold light when you heal your chakras along your spine, so that you're aligning the magnetic force fields around each chakra as well as the chakra itself. Comb out above your head, your auras. Comb out all your receiving zones. So receiving zones are your auras, but it's like you do a special unblocking. So with the intuition of like checking, okay, can I receive, new positive change energy through this part of my aura? Is it unblocked enough so that I can bring in whatever new positive change energy I need to through this part of my aura? And if not, you just keep doing unblocking until you can feel like, yeah, I can bring in new energy through this part of my. So unblock the front, the back, above your shoulders, above your head, and beneath your feet. You bring up earth energy through there, that direction. So you definitely want that unblocked enough. And then we will clear STEBs as I think the last thing we're doing. So STEBs are stubborn triggered energy blocks that are still triggered even though we did a million things. So put those out in front of you. Energy blocks that are still triggered on any level, bugging you consciously or subconsciously. Just make piles of them out in front of you. Say, angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? Deep breath. And then angels, can you recycle any invasive beings hooked into this junk? So then you can do the rest. Bring up red earth energy. Use gold light. Melt cords from people going into the piles. Use gold light. Melt everybody out of the piles. Melt yourself out. And just melt all these blocks. Or blow them up. Okay, one more time. Big old blanket out in front of you. Put any stubborn triggered energy blocks out in front of you. Angels, is this healthy and gentle? Angels, can you recycle invasive beings? Then melt the cords, melt everybody out, melt yourself out. And blow them up or melt them. If there's any left over, wrap them up in gold light. Give them to your angels. Angels, here you go. All right. Good job, good job. Woohoo, you're a rock star. Okay. So, the healing is done at last. And I will take a bathroom break and you can too. And then I will do a little quick stretching, just for a minute or so, with the camera on. So maybe it inspires you to do stretching as well. Some gentle stretching if you want. And you don't have to do the stretches I do though. I'm not an expert in that stuff. And then we'll have a chit chat, maybe half hour or so, during which time newbies can say whatever they want. And people that know my work, I would suggest that you try to observe yourself in the comment as well as asking me for my perception on an issue. Put your own read on it first. Write that out, so it's like a self-assessment first, and then I'll validate, I'll comment on your self-assessment. But, I don't want to spend a lot of time on that kind of stuff today. I would love to hear if you have a comment about how the healing was for you. Or a comment about the themes, sexuality or emotions. Okay. So let's take a break. I will get rid of the camera while I am not in front of it so that you can enjoy the waves on the beach. Okay, hey. Hey, I'm going to do a moment of stretching. So if you want, you could too do your own stretching, whatever is gentle for you. All right. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Hope you had a good break. I did. All right. I'm going to look for chat comments I haven't seen yet. Oh. Saving. On laptop. Okay. Looking. I have friends. Someone says they liked. Oh, they gave it a thumbs up, the stream a thumbs up. Yes, if you haven't yet given the stream a thumbs up, please do so if you are okay with that. If not, I still love you. But it does help. Someone says, hi, Janet, thanks for the healing. You're welcome. I have been working on clearing emotional blocks in my grounding that sour the earth energy. Yeah. I remember mentioning that like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. It soured the earth energy coming up and clearing siblings, family out of employment space. Can you let me know how well I did? I have done a lot of interviews and stuck at the employers putting together the job offers for a few months now. I.e., they want to hire me, but it is taking a long time. Ooh, that's kind of. As far as your earth energy that you were working on, bringing that up without junk kind of polluting it, because you bring up earth energy through your grounding. It is much better than it was. What I still notice though with your grounding is stuff from your mom. Like she has this is an ice pack. She has, they look white. They're like white sheets of ice. It's like, you know, like pancakes get stacked up. It's like that, but like they're white pancakes of like, it's like advice. Some of it is even just encouragement, but it's very invasive. like she's trying to hold you up and support you as if, I mean, you're like 3 times bigger than her on a spirit level. I mean, no offense to your mom, but I mean, it must just be mommy hormones making her think she needs to support you because, you know, not the case. You got this. But anyway, so yeah, you could clear out your mom's like advice and fear pancakes from your grounding. I think that would be enough grounding wise. And then, but it does look better than it did before for sure. And then as far as your family, are they impacting you with your job search and getting a job that is right for you and all that good stuff? I remember you're showing me again, not like energetically reminding me, thank you, that you did those angel assisted conflict resolution flowers, which for those that don't know, it is its own short video in the short video playlist, which is featured on my YouTube channel page. It's called like shorter videos or something, the playlist. But there is one called AA conflict resolution flowers, or angel assisted conflict resolution flowers. And you've been using those with your siblings, and especially your brothers, which has been helping a lot. They really want to be supportive and protective in like the most sincere way. You know, it's just that sometimes, you know, in life, you just don't see a lot of people who know how to do that cleanly. So I think they get confused from time to time. So that's working well, those flowers. Because, you know, the angels edit them and hand them out only if they help. And so it's great. You know, I don't know if you've worked with archangels that much. Long time ago, I did some archangel recordings, but I wasn't super comfortable with them, even though some people really liked them. But I just didn't keep doing it. But Archangel Metatron, 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 Archangel Metatron. I know like it's not a Christian thing. Well, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if Christians believe in archangels. I don't know. But I mean, you know, archangels are just like really big angels. And so they kind of specialize in, and so you have your personal angels, of course, but if you're okay with, you know, saying hi to Archangel Metatron, Archangel Metatron could help kind of clear the road a little bit for these job offers to come through more quickly. That goes for other people as well, not just you, the person commenting, but he seems to be volunteering. So you could ask your angels, you know, angels, can you please make sure I'm really communicating with Archangel Metatron and I'm not, you know, confused. And then, you know, just go ahead and say, Archangel Metatron, can you please help me to clear the road, you know, to clear the way and get the job that's most beneficial for me as soon as possible. That kind of thing. And definitely say it like that, you know, the job that's most beneficial for me, so that way the angels kind of work it out. Because consciously sometimes, you know, maybe both jobs look equally good, but there's one that the angels can see, you know, into the future, and so they see which one is optimal. So anyway, yeah. So if you're comfortable with that, if you're not comfortable with that, let me know and I can figure out some other way around it. But it seems like that would be easy to just, you know, ask your angels to make sure that you are communicating with Archangel Metatron and you're not confused and communicating with some other spirit, and then just ask Archangel Metatron to help clear the way a bit. So hope that helps. Someone says, thank you for this healing. You're welcome. Just joined. It's nice and cool. It's a nice and cool day. Feeling very the transitional. Right? The change of seasons, you mean? I don't know. Partially sunny with big fluffy clouds in southwest Michigan. Well, that's nice. Southwest Michigan, U.S. Someone says, thank you, Janet. Thank you so much, Janet. Abundance River had big sandbars dividing up the flow. Isn't that interesting? Have been working on it. So for those that don't know, you know, just like today in this healing, we healed meridians and we imagined them literally, you know, as they go up the leg or the butt or wherever. But we also can imagine them as rivers, you know, and unblock them and heal them and repair them that way. But also you could imagine anything as river, your abundance, your quality of sleep, your let's see what else, your ability to focus on a given project, you know, whatever you want to work on. So anyway, so you're saying you did an abundance river and you saw big sandbars dividing up the flow and you've been working on it and it looks like they are much smaller, but the flow is still a bit slow. Manifestation wings super fluffy at the top. Can't really see the bottom. Isn't that interesting? Not feeling I need to work creative ring devices anymore. How did I do? And any other angel advice? All right. So there's a lot of self-assessment there. That's great. I appreciate that. And that's in your best interest too, to self-assess first. You know, for me, the sandbars that kind of slow the flow of your abundance river. It seems like it's a level of where you match the pain of other people out of concern for them. So it's like I think there's like sometimes I use the word sympathy and empathy, and like sympathy, like empathy as the one with clean boundaries and sympathy as the one without clean boundaries. So like, you know, if you have empathy, you know, you care that other people are going through hardship if they are, you know. But sympathy, you know, we could use as the other way where you kind of take on copies of it and you just feel it, like, oh, I feel your pain, you know, that kind of thing. So it's like that. I think I would call those sympathy sandbars, where you have you're taking on and kind of matching the pain of clients and also your relatives, several relatives, in immediate and extended family both. So you could just work on clearing inner baggage that makes it harder for you to just have clean empathy. You know, so any blocks in the way of you having clean empathy. That's a cool thing to work. That's interesting. It'll be good for any teacher, any practitioner, any healer, any, you know, acupuncturist, coach, whatever. Clear, you know, make a big gold blanket out in front of you, put onto it any energy blocks that you have within you or other things within you that make it hard for you to have empathy with healthy boundaries. And then just clear all that baggage. You say, angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings hooked into this junk? And then just wash everybody out and melt it away or blow it up. I need to keep working that. So the fact that you can't, so manifestation wings, for those that don't know, you could search Janet Wright manifestation wings, like wings, like angel wings. There are some cool videos on that I've put out a while back. But they generate a ton of gold light, so they can help you kind of power through life. And yeah, I think you can't see them because they're damaged and they don't have a bottom to them. So yeah, you could repair your manifestation wings. I could do a little of it since I just healed you, so I'm already, wouldn't be that hard for me. I'm just doing one at a time. I could do them both at once. It's just like the last, 30% of them. I'm just running gold light through where they would be and letting them kind of regrow. So you can do the rest, just do it a little more, but that's the basic idea. So, because you can get things damaged, like people can whack so hard that it kind of breaks up, dissolves. So I think that's all that was. But yeah, I think that's good enough. That's enough work. Just keep nourishing your manifestation wings, especially the bottom parts, and then, clear baggage so that you can have clean empathy with your family and with clients. Okay. And for context, you're much cleaner than a lot of practitioners in the world, but the more clean you can be, the more your angels can allow you to have more clients. Because otherwise, your angels don't want you to crush yourself. And so, having more clients is less healthy if you're not clean about it. So, like I said, so the more clean you get, the more the angels can, let in more clients. Does that make sense? So thanks for all the happy emojis, rock and roll. Someone says, thank you, Janet. I'm feeling mellow and kind of sleepy. Was really sleepy during the meridian work, but perked up now. Feeling better about my debt and finances after the emotions and perception work. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? See, that's why it's so much easier just to do all the healings if you can afford it and if you want to. Because, who could predict that working sexuality and emotions influences your perception of debt and finances? That's pretty freaking cool. Part of that, that could be because we worked 4 different meridians in pretty thoroughly. So maybe some of that work helped it too. But also maybe the mini U's, healing the mini U's. But anyway, that's cool. I'm glad. Anyway, then you're asking something. Am I reading that right? After doing that work again will help motivate me to clear more baggage around myself having debt. You are right that the emotions and perception work did help your perception of finances. I think because of that idea of self-perception. And we worked self-perception 2 times, sexually and emotionally. How do you perceive yourself and what is impacting you perceiving yourself? So that's very interesting. So you could even target it further and work self-perception with finances. So you could redo that exercise again, and you clear blocks with blanket exercise, you heal mini U's, and you do flower healing to nourish, right? Specifically around your self-perception of finances. So whatever's in your space affecting your perception of yourself financially, your perception of your own finances, your ability to earn money, your debt, all that stuff. Your financial future, how optimistic or pessimistic and how rational and motivated you are and disciplined. You can even, especially put any baggage that's impacting your financial discipline your ability to be rational and to plan and to be positively motivated regarding your finances. Cool stuff. But yeah, I think it's the self-perception aspect that really ended up helping your perception of your own debt. But, target it more even if you want. There's something else I'm looking at around that. Give me a sec. Your mother, no big shock, but your mother has put some stuff in your space regarding finances that you owe them financially, that you owe your parents. Not that they expect you to care for them when they're old and that costs money. It's not that. It's that, like, it's just some way for her to keep you from moving and getting a new job and, feeling brave, financially speaking. It's like she hands you a bill for, all the costs of groceries and, one fifth of the mortgage all these years, that you were growing up in their house. So it's like she's handed you a bill for how much it costs to raise you. And it's stuck in your space. It's just impacting several chakras, so I wouldn't worry about exactly its precise location. Just put it out in front of you. There's she keeps handing it to you, like ever since you started working your finances and getting ready to have a new job and move and have a different lifestyle. More healthy, more outdoor, more active. This is one of her ways that because she likes status quo. She likes, what she knows. She doesn't want to let you change and evolve. So this is one way that she's found that kind of stops you in your tracks. She just hands you a bill for how much it's cost to raise you and says, well, you owe me this much money. And it just kind of blows your mind and you just sit there like stunned in shock. So work that. Just keep putting on the blanket everything that your mother's handed you about what you owe them financially, karmically, whatever, for raising you. But specifically, it's like a financial itemization of groceries, etc. So just hand it to the angels. Keep getting it out of your space. So yeah, that's the other thing I noticed around you and debt and your goals, your career goals, etc. Hope that helps. All right. So reading the next comment. Thank you, Janet. Wonderful healing around 3:36 p.m. PST. Oh, very nice. You put the time zone, so I know. My left arm felt weak again, and it still feels weak. Is it an accurate read to say my mom is courting that arm? Ah, see, you know me so well. You said left arm. You said a specific time. You put the time zone. You're a peach. The only thing you didn't do is put your mom's initials, but I read her a bunch, so I know what her name is. And you're telepathic it too. I hear you. Don't worry. I got it. Got it. Yeah, it is her, but it's really interesting what she's done. she couldn't do what she's doing if there wasn't past life devices on your astral body left arm that have nothing to do with her. And then she just hooks into them. So, it's like they could be jewelry, but it'd be like sort of a negative kind of jewelry, you know? It's like if it was like silver jewelry, but then it's all tarnished and blackened, and it's like a scroll. It's like it's just like, you know, it's got these scrolls, and it's around this arm like in 2 different places, and then there's like a couple cuffs right here, like clamps, all from the same lifetime. You've popped it out of the right. It used to be on both, but a couple years ago, like 3 years ago, you popped off these ones. So you just got to pop off these ones. There's no invasive beings linked to them. And again, they're not from your mom. It's just some restrictive dad that you had in past lives, but he's ignoring you now, so he won't care. So you can just, you know, take off all this manipulation jewelry kind of stuff and just give it to your angels, and then just keep you know, working this so that, like, you can imagine like gold and red, you know, being able to circulate. If it was your physical body arm, then I would say just red, you know, but astral body arm, you could imagine like gold and red, and see if it just circulates all around, you know, all the way through, and there's nothing like breaking it up, you know, no more devices. Also, your left arm, like some of your fingers got kind of damaged. You could ask your angels, actually. Don't do this while you're driving, though. It should be obvious, but apparently it's not to some people. But if you're seated, not holding any sharp knives or anything, you know, and you're in a safe place like your house, you know, you can ask your angels to give you a new astral body arm. Like have your angels give you a new astral body, but especially a new left arm. But you still have to take off those clampy things, otherwise they'll just go on the new arm. But that way, you know, you can have some fingers, because you have like 3 fingers, but not these in your left astral body. So all of them. And then, you know, like part of your wrist got blown off too at some point. So get a new arm, new shoulder, arm, fingers. And then, you know, definitely make sure you take off all that, and then just double check and see if it's all gold and flowy all the way down, gold and red. I hope that helps. Fun with that. But yeah, it was your mom causing the stoppage of energy flow at that time. Correct. Someone says, thank you so much. I was at the library and the park during the healing. Felt like my angels wanted me to do this. Yes, I agree. During the healing, a girl around my age came to me to talk. A girl meaning a woman, because you are all grown with children. Felt like I was making a friend, but being way too open. Weird, because I'm not like that. It creeped me out and started feeling unsafe. The angels say it was fine. I feel like my angels were telling me to dial it down. Felt bummed out, but clearing emotions, communications helped. I mean, if you know her name, you could put her initials, and I could make a more accurate read, but I think it was safe enough. I mean, I don't know if she's going to be your BFF forever, but it seems like you had a lot of gold light around you at the time because you were getting the healing. So it was just cathartic for her to talk to you because you had so much gold light. I mean, you know, most people aren't ever going to be around somebody who's getting one of these healings, or for some other reason has that much gold light and angel help at that time. So I can imagine she just wanted to talk to you. But yeah, I heard angels say that she had innocent intentions and you didn't get any invasive beings from her or anything. So if you have any long-term questions about her and you as friends or something, you could post initials in a comment later if you want. Okay, hope that helps. Someone says, thank you, Janet. I had a lot of energy during this healing. Oh, I see what you mean, like stamina. That's nice. Good. Lost my place again. Let's see. Okay, thank you, Janet. I had a lot of energy during this healing. I've had to be around other moms a lot because of my kids' sports, and I feel like an outcast with the moms. Is it because I'm getting ready to move? It's because you don't court everybody like they do. Like a lot of them, it's very like a mom soup, and you don't do the mom soup thing. So it's more like your angels are holding them. It's kind of like, no, you're not an outcast. It's just that your angels have like a lot of protection in between you and them because you really are much more sensitive than most of them energetically. So if you swapped energy with them as much as they're swapping energy with each other, it would negatively impact your mood and your sleep and your health and everything. Whereas they're not that sensitive, they're not that present to begin with. So they do the mommy soup thing and they're just like, oh, that was fun, and then they go home and drink a bunch of sherry that night and, pass out and, that's life for them, but you're just a lot more sensitive. So if there was somebody as sensitive as you that had angels doing that, then you and that other person could, sit and coexist together comfortably, but with these people, it's just your angels are kind of keeping you separate a little for sake of boundaries. So yeah, it doesn't mean that you're being rejected by them at all. It's just the angels having a little angel buffer between you and them. But it seems like there is still some level of enjoyment that you can get out of being around all of them. Because I mean, you're as moms, you do have some things in common with them. And so I think that's what your angels are saying, is just kind of enjoy what you can enjoy out of the environment and don't expect to be the mommy soup like they're doing, because the mommy soup doesn't really work for someone as sensitive as you. Not even having to do with your health issues, just, even if you didn't have your physical health issues, it just mommy soup just doesn't work for you, for people that are as sensitive as you. Sensitive, not in a bad way, intuitive and can feel the energy that's going through their body and stuff. So hope that makes sense. And I'm glad you are enjoying the sports stuff a little bit. But yeah, it doesn't have to do with your move, really. Although that could be one reason that your angels might be reminding you of that when you're like, I want to do mommy soup. And they're like, you need to keep your energy good because you got to do this, this, and this in the near future. So that it could be why you're connecting it, because your angels are just trying to keep you focused on what's ahead for you. If that makes sense. Someone says, thank you for this healing, Janet. You are welcome. I have been having heart releases more recently where I've spontaneously come to a positive realization and then overcome with emotion and start crying. That's odd. Good tears though, not sad. It's like my heart release some trapped energy. I'm not sure what's causing it spontaneously. I feel grateful to have these experiences more and more. Guess it was a remembering of truths and integration. Yeah, it looks like it's overall positive. What I would do is you could clear, sometimes, yeah, the heart chakra, you can kind of tear up about something, but I think in a good way. But I think typically the tearing up has to do with, there are a couple energy blocks. So as you're expanding and bringing more energy into your heart chakra, you hit a couple energy blocks and maybe there's a couple tears over it. So you seem to be hitting quite a few energy blocks, and so there's quite a few tears. which is not optimal, not ideal. You know, you can just clear those in advance. So then the next time you have like a heart strengthening kind of realization, it's just more like clicking your heels, happy slappy, and not like, you know, okay, now I'm going to cry, you know? Because I think clearing those blocks would help you in other ways, you know? So it's not so much that the happy cry is bad for you. It's just that those blocks that cause the happy cry are in your way in other ways. Hope that makes sense. So you can clear, generally they're right in front of your heart chakra and in your fourth chakra, front fourth chakra river and front fourth chakra layer, right there and right here and right. So you could call them happy cry energy blocks, and you know, do gold blanket and just put all the happy cry energy blocks out in front of you and just melt them away. And definitely uncord your mom from your happy cry energy blocks. Yeah, which will help you clear them. But it's nice that you're having realizations and all that good stuff. Next month's healings should be a little bit about that. The realizations, positive realizations for September. Cool. Someone says cool side effect I'm noticing is I finally find myself motivated to clean my house. Isn't that funny? Yeah, being able to be finally motivated to clean is definitely one of the nice surprises about good energy healing. Sometimes it's like all of a sudden you can do a project that you did not do for like the last 3 hours or 3 months or 3 weeks or 3 years, depending. Yeah, that is nice. And yeah, it's not like you would know that, you know, doing the healings for the sexuality and emotions would help you clean your house. But lo and behold, it's all interrelated. Someone says stretching. Yes. Someone says, thanks, Janet. Not mad at, you mentioned your husband's initials anymore, LOL. Feeling happy. That's funny. Yes, you were part of the inspiration for that exercise, actually. Your survey was part of the inspiration for the emotions part of that exercise. So thank you for your survey, as always. Feeling happy, but very slightly on edge. I think there are people in my space. Yes, my mom and former persistent coworker. I know your mom's initials. I don't know the initials of your coworker, your former coworker. You know what you could do? Redo the urinary bladder point in the back, like 23 all the way down to the thigh. So that was, I don't know. Yeah, all right. I'll do it that way. Forgot how I did it. I ended up stopping the video right as it went through 23. I don't know if I'll be able to do that again, but we'll see. Come on, 23. No! That's 2 below 23. So let's see if I can get 23. It was just a lucky try before. Let's see if I got it right. Maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so right above the white dots there is 23. Oh, I like that. So that's UB23, which helps with sexuality, apparently. And then UB32, this is all that we did earlier today. Just geeking out about it again. Ah. Well, I'm not going to find UB32. It should still be here. I don't know why it's not here. Oh, I know why. Oh. Okay, I'll have to go up. Hmm. Well, whatever. That's good enough. So UB23, earlier in the video, it'll be its own chapter, but so just above that white dot is UB23. And then do that all the way down to the thigh, when the video goes down to the thigh. Do urinary bladder points again, and urinary bladder meridian Wei Chi aura right there, because there's some hard objects in your Wei Chi aura back there, right behind this area. So lower back and butt and thigh. And just keep unblocking the peripheral blocks and the core blocks. So peripheral blocks are ones in the outer layers or outer parts of these auras, and then the core blocks are closer to the skin, right? So just keep unblocking here and here. And make sure, to pop your mom and that person out of here. But the reason they're getting in that deep is because of here and here, these blocks. So if you keep clearing these blocks and any beings, invasive beings associated with them, and keep unblocking here, then that'll benefit you in like half a dozen ways at least. But also, they won't be able to be there. I hope that helps. That's kind of cool. And you're saying your husband was a little cranky with his work this evening. Yeah. Well, yeah. So that was a part of you that kept screaming at him. Several walled off parts of you that kept screaming at him when he would get stressed about work. Especially because you're on vacation right now, but even before, when you weren't, to be like, because, it's easy. It could be men sometimes fall into this, but I see it a lot with women that it's like, I think women are trained that if you're pretty enough and you are, charming enough, people will focus on you. And, that's what girls are taught when we're brought up, maybe by a teacher, maybe by a sibling, maybe just in society, like through experience. It's not healthy, but that's what we're taught. So then if your partner is not focused on you at a given time, maybe because they're freaking out about their work or finances or something, there could be parts of you that feel quite offended, because then that means that they think you're not charming enough, or they think you're not sexy enough, or they think you're not entertaining enough, or kind enough, or nurturing enough. And you're like, well, fuck you. I am all those things. And so then I want to yell at you now because you're not focusing on me, and it's deeply insulting because that means something about me. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's easy, I think, as a woman to get all tied up in knots about not receiving attention from a partner, a romantic partner. And that means something horrible about you internally, when it doesn't. But, we're taught a lot of really unhealthy shit. So when we heal those parts of you and we work that self-perception, that can just help you to, but I guess bottom line, you can always heal the parts of you that are screaming at your husband, whether they're, walled off parts of you or not, But, it's nice beyond just, are you screaming at your husband subconsciously or not? you know, it affects your contentment and your ability to enjoy your day and your ability to sleep well and, you know, be at your best and just enjoy your day. You know, he's freaking out about his work, right? But you want to enjoy your day. So if you heal those parts of you, then not only are you no longer screaming at him and taking it personally as much, but then, you know, you're able to have your wonder and your innocence and your spontaneity and do something cool with your time. Hope that makes sense. And thank you for your survey, because it inspired a whole part of the healing. Yipes. Lost my place again. Someone says, so let's get out of this. Yay! Someone says, hi, Janet. Thank you. Your talks are very poignant. Much of this is not taught in school nor learned from your parents. Yeah. It'd be nice if people actually taught people spiritual stuff. But yeah, I agree. It's not taught. I wanted to ask you if you could tell me where you see still the most damaged or biggest issue with me. Thanks. And you mentioned your initials, your name. Well, I wonder how you're doing with those areas that you mentioned. And because if I look now, like the good karma windows 2 and 1, they're not damaged anymore. And then your GV meridian in the base of skull area, it still looks a bit compressed. If I look base of skull right there, yeah, all those base of skull meridians, they're a little too tight. So what you could work still more is just think of like, okay, the peripheral blocks are energy blocks in the outer part of the auras, and the core blocks, they're not more important. The core, I just mean location wise, closer, right? So first unblock the peripheral, first melt away the peripheral blocks and ask angels to recycle any invasive invasive beings hooked into them, you know, and then clear them. And then do the core blocks, the ones in the inner parts, and unblock those more. And I mean, this tightness here has been for quite a while for you. You may not have been aware of it always, but it seems like it's always, if I look at you at like 2 years old, this was an issue in this life. You used to have some damage to some Wei Chi auras back here, like it was like scooped out and missing, but that's not the case anymore since today's healing, so that's nice. And all the gold mesh spheres are falling there. You could look, okay, so your astral body and your physical body, right? So your astral body, it's an energy form that, you know, we use as a spirit. And so without the astral body, you'd just be like a giant ball of energy, right? But you use an astral body, you create a form with your angels, and then you pop your big ball of light self into it. And so then you have your astral body, right? And your astral body can have junk on it, you know, devices from past lives, stuff like that, emotional burdens that you've taken on from other people. And if you look at your astral body, you have like helmets on, like a crash helmet that doesn't look like it's supposed to be there. You know, it's like hard energy from your dad in this life. And then you have extra like hard plates of energy on your astral body, this whole area. It's like they're strapped under your ears and then they go back here and they're hard. So some of that you got at the start of this life, and some of it you got like by the time you were 8. So I think I would just keep working the back of your head, like, because now there's not a lot of new invasive energy coming in as there was before because the damage is repaired, you know, to the GV meridian and the good karma windows. So now you can just work your astral body, and like even back here in the upper back area, your astral body has like hard plates of energy right there. So you can work on removing those. Just take your time though. Just think, okay, I only want to perceive what's healthy and gentle to remove right now. And then just go ahead and scoop through and give it to your angels. Scoop through, give it to your angels. You know, and say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings in the way of this healing? You know, and just scoop it out, scoop it out. Take off another helmet, scoop it out. You know, and just use your intuition and be like, okay, I've done enough for today. You know, and then but yeah, it seems like that would be nice. Just keep working your astral body head, and then your astral body, like mid back to lower back. Because then you'd be able to come in more. Because it's like sometimes you're just kind of half out, half in, you know, and you're just like, gee, I would love to fix my life if I could just get in more, you know. So I think, you know, working this and this still more, but just it's one of those things where it's like, you know, say there are 3 devices on your head and 4 devices in your mid and lower back that are good to release right now. And then you need to just eat some protein and sleep well and do a little stretching maybe, and, you know, be nice to your family members, and then do more the next day. You know, it's like one step a day kind of thing, you know? But it does seem like you're, at least subconsciously, I don't know if you're conscious of it, but it seems like you can see which way to go forward on your path. And it's like you can see forward and you're moving forward right now. It used to be that like you had so much damage and invasive energy that it kind of was like, okay, my partner is the problem, or I'm the problem for her, or both, you know? And so it was like sort of this conundrum of awfulness of like, everything sucks with me and my partner, and like a knot that can't be untied. But most of that was because you just had a lot of damage and invasive energy. And so now that the invasive energy is not coming in anywhere near as much, and then half the damage is clear, then it's like you could just work on the rest of the damage. But it's like now that that's more taken care of, it seems like you're like, oh, I see which way is forward. And you're not so much thinking like you're the problem for her and she's the problem for you. You're just like, I know this is the way forward. You know, like this is the next step. This is the next step. So I hope that makes sense. It's like, it's no longer that your partnership is a problem. It's just like it looks like you're able to think and just choose now. Not like, you know, plan the next 5 years type choose, but like the next hour, you know, and the next hour and the next hour. So I hope that makes sense. But yeah, so I would say too, try to do it like that. Like, what's the next healthy step? And just keep focusing on that rather than, because I think sometimes with therapy and, you know, psychology, you can get a little too much like sitting in an armchair 20 feet above your body going, oh, this is my core issue, you know, and it's not engaged enough to really blow through how you're stuck. I mean, therapy can be very useful, but sometimes you can over intellectualize and just you're out too much, and it's like too like, you know, like encyclopedia, blah, 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 you know, like try to keep it rooted, you know, just be rooted, physical, protein stretching, and just one foot in front of the other. What's the next step? What's the next step? What's the next step? You know, like you don't have to see 10 steps down the road. Just see the next step, maybe like next 2 steps at once, that kind of idea. And do them, you know, and then you'll see the next 2 steps. So a little more concrete and reel it into present, and not so much like, okay, like, I think when you get all intellectual and kind of a little detached with the psychology of it, it's like kind of like you feel like, well, if I could figure out this one thing, then I could be normal again, you know, and it doesn't really work that way. Like you just, it's a journey. And so you have to show up and be more, you know, earthy and body oriented, you know, spirit and mind and body need to be on the same page and just, you know, hope that makes sense. All right. Hope that helps. But I mean, good job, you know, getting more present. So far, so good. Someone says the letter M. Okay. Somebody says, did the emotions and self-perception, oops. Did the emotions and self-perception work help, oh, you mentioned your spouse, with his financial baggage as well? No. We've had some good park bench conversation recently about finances, and he's really trying. And LOL about my mom and that I owe her. That totally tracks. I've always felt guilty for everything they've paid for me in my, let's see. Everything they paid for me in my life. Will definitely be clearing that stuff out. Thanks for the help. Yeah. It's funny. There's a reason why you've been thinking about that. But as far as your spouse and his financial baggage and self-perception, I think part of that has to do with being a guy and like sort of social programming, social sort of judgments around a man and being the man of the house and all that. I mean, he's not so much into that stuff, but I think to some extent the ability to be the provider and make a ton of money, it kind of makes him less in the moment and less like enjoying his job and the adventure of it all. It makes him feel like he's got to start, you know, thinking about his 401k and his, you know, his annuities and blah blah blah. It just makes him, it's not quite his energy, so it's a little stagnating. He's going to keep working with his angels on it. Yeah, it's like he has some burdens on his shoulders about, you know, being the husband, you know, and what that means. So he's going to work with his angels on it. But I'm glad he's already made some progress. That's cool. Someone says, curious how someone was able to pop off devices from a past life. Did she do it unconsciously? If so, how does one do it unconsciously? Yeah, you can just, yeah, I mean, you can clear blocks subconsciously. You can do a lot subconsciously. I mean, that's why we keep working things like confidence and self-assertiveness. Because that stuff is on conscious levels, but also subconscious, you know, and it does, you know, that is part of the cumulative effect of healings and working your energy and doing this kind of work, you know, through self-healing and receiving healings is you get cocky in a good way, you know, and you're like, I don't think so, you know. You know, there's a really good image of that too. Let's play that. There we go. See, so you can imagine the blocks that you have. Of course, this is doing it consciously, but still, it's cool. You imagine the blocks that you have, and then you're like, I don't think so. Let me get rid of them. You know, you imagine the ones that are healthy and gentle to clear right now. And then you imagine, you know, you withdraw your resistance, you get people out, and you're just like, yeah, I think I'm done with these blocks. You just imagine them melting, and you imagine them melting more. Like, yeah, it's time. I'm really done. And you just be calm and you think of your strength and you think more about it and you're like, yeah, now's the time. I'm done. And then you just do it. Yeah, just do it. Let them go. Blow them up. I'm waiting for the video to do that. She's going to do it. You don't have to take as long as she's doing. I don't know why this is going slow motion. It's supposed to go much faster. That's funny. There's a big, there we go. Finally, my God. Oh yeah, there you go. My laptop must be overheating. Yeah, just let it go. So people can do that subconsciously as well. You can just train yourself to do that subconsciously every day. You know, I wanna explode blocks subconsciously every single day. You know, whatever's healthy and gentle to get rid of right now, and just do it. Blow it off. Sorry, that's so slow motion, but maybe that's nice slow motion. I don't know. But yeah, so that's how you do it. I mean, you can do it however you want. You know, only about 10 to 30% of you as a spirit is conscious. The whole rest of you is subconscious. You're doing all sorts of stuff. That's why, sometimes we have to heal like shit starter parts of you and stuff because you're doing negative things without your knowing it. But, you can be doing positive things without your knowing it too. Like, clearing lots of blocks and, drawing the line with people and being like, no, I can't do that. Whatever. I mean, you do that, if your mom hands you stuff, half the time you blow it up right away on a subconscious level. It's just the other half of the time you just feel guilty and you're like, thanks, mom. And you keep it for like until your next meditation and then you clear it. So you can just train yourself to do it more automatically, subconsciously. But yeah, it's just it could be through intention, practice, whatever. Confidence level. But yeah, you can do a lot subconsciously. Someone says thank you. Her first initial is K. Oh, the person in the library. We did trade social media accounts. Yeah, your angels like her. They say outer circle friend. There's like inner circle friends and outer circle friends, and they're like, she's a good outer circle friend. Someone says that she said, you say that makes sense how she may have gravitated to the gold light. LOL. I overthink and having friends feels rare to me. I'll work on melting baggage that set me back. Yeah. Yeah, I think you just have some like PTSD about, that one friend that you live near that like could not be more complicated with sometimes. So you just have some fear baggage and some resentment baggage from that long-term mess. You could clear that out of your friendship space. But yeah, they say she's a nice outer circle friend, potential outer circle friend. They're like, yeah, go slow. Just think about, see what you guys have in common. Someone says, thank you for that explanation and video. You're welcome. And okay, that is its own short video. That one where she's exploding stuff. It's from a Marvel show, which I'm gonna forget. She's called Sky. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you. My husband telepathed me. So yeah, it's from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and her name is Sky. The name of her character is Sky, but then she got these special powers and then she was called Quake. But yeah, it's its own video, and as the video, it's not like weirdly slow motion. But like I said, I think my laptop is just complaining and making it slower than it should be. I will post the link to it, but it's going to take a while because my laptop is complaining and going slow. So if I can't do it during the stream right now, I'll put it in the comment section. Let's see. Okay, so on my YouTube channel page, there's this playlist, shorter energy healing walkthroughs of 2025 and 2024, which I'm trying to pull up, but my laptop is like slow walking me. Yeah, I'll put it in the comment section later. My laptop is acting up. Oh, it is choppy. Great. Good to know. Thank you. Thank you, Easter Bunny. There we go. Of course, I might be making it worse by pulling up this video, but there's that. Okay. Yeah, I'm even getting a message from YouTube about it. Oh, okay. So anyway, this is, I just put it in the chat, the link. So it's that video in the short video playlist called Explode Many Blocks at Once. You could just practice that consciously and just remind yourself, hey, as long as it's healthy and gentle and, angel approved, I can do this whenever I want subconsciously. I mean, you could do it once an hour if you wanted. That'd be kind of fun. But, maybe that's too much, so ask your angels how often it would be, how much. I mean, they're at least saying twice a day would be good. So, subconsciously. All right, cool. So, let's skip the garden update and everything because I don't have much to say other than it's really hot and my laptop needs a break. So we'll just go right into the little sales closeout. Sales, I can spell sales really. So feel free to, why does it put a period when I don't want a period? That's so annoying. Don't put a period. There we go. And that's my email address. If you haven't gotten like the chakra handout, the 2-page chakra handout, you could email me and ask me for it. It's just an email attachment, but it's 2 pages and it says like the 7 major chakras and ideal color, what each one helps you with, and the general location of it along your spine. Okay, you guys are amazing. If you want, you can purchase a set of healings on my website, jwhealing.com. Bye. We'll close out with some butterflies. Butterflies on the beach. Sure, that's possible. Bye.